and sneakers.
Jessica's a great group, a lot of very busy folks, and appreciate everybody taking time today to join us. I think it's a sign of how important this issue is and how much county is care for us in wildfire. I want to say thank you to Current Belcher and WFW for hosting us here. It's a wonderful facility, so thank you very much. Also want to welcome a couple of new faces. So I don't blow this. So for the governor's office, we have Constantine Severe. Okay, thank you, Constantine. So replacing Heidi is on the governor's office. Bobby Rita. Thank you for joining us. Bobby is
Thank you.
Confederate Tribes of Warm Spring, General Manager of Natural Resources.
Correct.
And then Sadie.
Carney.
Okay, thanks. And you are, I understand, Rural Policy Analyst for the Department of Land and
Land Conservation and Development.
So thank you for joining us as ex official. So we're going to have to go a little old school here because I don't think the clicker is working. So we're going to just dive right in. Ready? We can do this. This is possible. Okay, we've done it before. So I would say for today, I think some of you are the agenda is a little bit ambitious. Some not. We'll see if we kind of put it in the middle here. You might recall the first meeting back in March. What we talked about there was the real outcome of that meeting is going to be to try to really explain why we formed this council and why we joined, and then in April it was going to be what do you need to know. So that's a big theme of today. It's going to be what do you need to know. So that's the first desired outcome is just to gain a shared understanding of some of the key concepts. This is going to be some blocking and tackling in terms of just council deliverables, organizational model, and our work plan. We're also going to hear from OSU. They brought a panel of experts around Oregon wildfire risk. And then we're going to dive into two of the committees, suppression and mitigation, and provide some basics there. That's kind of one major outcome from today's meeting. And then the second one is actually to use today as an opportunity to solicit input from council members themselves. We've got two of the committees that are going to present work plans or draft work plans. I want to hear back from the council to see are we on target. Because as we look ahead, basically our work is going to provide recommendations coming out of this council. The committees are going to do that work, and we don't want to see a situation where come September or August, they come out and unveil their reports, and the council says, that's not what I was looking for. So today, hopefully give us a chance to get some input from the council. I'm also going to hear a little bit about, when you think ahead to really, what are we trying to do here for Oregon's forests and our communities, to hear from the council about some of the priorities that you see out there. So that's kind of what we're hoping to accomplish.
Kurt wants to say something.
Oh,
I was reviewing my notes. I was reviewing my emails. I never stopped. Hey, well, I just wanted to welcome you all to WFW. We're really excited to have you here. I'm sure my executive assistant, Michelle Tate, probably doesn't share that same level of enthusiasm as she's managing all your technology. But nonetheless, this is a really important issue for us as the state's fish and wildlife managers. Of course, our mission is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife for their use and enjoyment by present and future generations. We manage the species, we don't manage the habitat. And so the work that you all are doing is of keen interest to us as it relates to the fish and wildlife resource side of our mission. Just a couple housekeeping issues. These microphones are very sensitive. You may have picked that up already, so if you have side conversations, you might be brought up. Just that.
Okay.
Put on that.
Note to self.
Restroom facilities, there's multiple restrooms down the hall here to the left, my left, your right. Both men's rooms, women's rooms, as well as gender neutral restrooms over here down this hallway. If you haven't purchased your parking permit, we can sell you one at the front desk, and otherwise we'll pay you a little slack until the first break. Trying to put a smile on somebody's face. But we will sell you additional licenses or parking permits for a lot of areas. So with that, happy to have you here. A lot of familiar faces. We interface with, I think, just about everyone around this table on some issue over the years. So welcome, and special welcome to Senator Sugar, and I saw, there he is, Senator Breathitt as well.
Probably be leaving early for floor session. I don't know about Lou.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Floor session.
We've got to do the people's work too.
Excuses.
Okay, back to the longer response. Hey, John?
Good to see
So with those outcomes in mind, here's the agenda that we've got set up for today. Everybody hope had a chance to see this. So we're going to spend the next few minutes just again going through the deliverables, work plan, just kind of everybody level setting in terms of how we're organizing. We're then going to have a session from OSU. We'll take a break in between. But we're going to hear from panelists again, trying to educate and improve the speed. We're going to have 2 work plans. This is from the Suppression Committee and the Mitigation Committee. Again, want to hear from the council. Are we on target? We are. And then we're going to, today use this afternoon as an opportunity to solicit feedback from the council members in terms of how do we meet the priorities and trade-offs with our system. So we're going to have to make some choices. I'd like to take the opportunity to kind of hear, and then we're going to have public comments, and hopefully wrap up somewhere around here. Forward. Thank you. All right. So, in speaking with many of you prior to the meeting today, I think one of the main questions that's on everybody's minds is this is such a big issue, wildfire. So many all the western states basically tackling this. And it's kind of a problem that's been building up over a century. And so there's not going to be any quick fixes here. So how do we make some progress here in 2019 with the long term in mind? And I think that's exactly right. What can we as a council do here in 2019 to actually make some progress, achieve some goals, recognizing it's a very long-term project. And so making sure that we're aligning 2019 towards our longer-term objectives and ultimately reaching some alignment with our long-term values and vision. So one of the tools that we're using to get organized, as I mentioned last time, is this National Cohesive Wildland Fire Management Strategy. And this is kind of the accepted framework across the country. And so this is really how we're trying to get our minds around this issue and organize our workflow. And the 3 main pillars of this national strategy is have appropriate response, build resilient landscapes on a proactive basis, and then also proactively build adaptive communities, recognizing that we do live in a wildfire region. And the way that we've then taken that cohesive strategy and adapted it to our own project here is we've got 3 main committees. And this is, again, a recap of what we talked about last time. So we've formed a suppression suppression committee, a mitigation committee, and then an adaptation and recovery committee. So that's how we're organizing internally. And the landscape in which we're operating is Oregon has perhaps, one of the most world-renowned forest communities. I mean, I don't know that any place on earth really surpasses Oregon's community. You just take a look. I mean, this is just a brief listing of some of the members of this community, between federal owners, state owners, tribal owners, family owners, local communities, very deep vested interest, both urban and rural, and forest products industry, environmental, NGOs, counties. You just see that we've got people use different terms to describe this community: constellation, cluster. We've got a very, very enviable position, and Undersecretary Hubbard mentioned this last time, that if there's anybody in the country that can and should take a leadership position, it's really Oregon. And so think about aligning these. Trying to take this forest community that, again, is very robust and serves a lot of very diverse purposes right now, and aligning this around our cohesive strategy to ultimately serve our values and vision. So we think about 5 years out. I'm throwing this up, as a straw proposal. When we think about 5 years out, what would success look like? What are the components of success? When you think about the values and priorities, I think partly an element of success is going to be better defining our values and priorities. Undersecretary Hubbard spoke to this last time. We have to make choices, and so we're going to have to establish our priorities, and hopefully that's going to be informing our cohesive strategy. Look at our forest community. Whatever term you want to use, constellation, cluster. This is a community that, for in its early stages, largely oriented around sustained timber yield and forest products, rural economic development. Over the last 20, 25 years, it's been reoriented around a more diverse set of objectives. And I think going forward, I think partly what we're talking about here is reorienting that forest community to really place a heavy emphasis on wildfire, and again, adapted communities, resilient landscapes, and effective suppression. On suppression, I think 5 years out, hopefully we do have an effective, sustainable organization. We have one now. And just looking ahead with growing wildfire challenges, we need to continue to build that. On mitigation, we heard a lot last time from Paul Hesberg about what it looks like to be restoring our ecosystems, a lot of patchwork. He called it an epidemic of trees, smaller trees, transitioning them to more natural fire-resistant landscape. Hopefully 5 years from now, we will have made very meaningful progress towards that objective. Public investment, hopefully 5 years from now, we're looking at adequate levels of public investment and appropriately prioritized. Talked last time about timber monetization. When it comes to restoring these ecosystems, it's going to take non-public funding sources. So hopefully, 5 years from now, we are right-sizing our industry towards meeting the public good. By that I mean, today, the industry in many parts of the state is not adequate to pay for a lot of ecosystem restoration. We don't want to go to the other extreme and establish this beast that needs to get fed. That would lead to unsustainable timber harvesting and forest practices. Part of the art here is 5 years out, hopefully right-sizing our industry with public good. Non-timber, 5 years from now, carbon, water, recreation, and hopefully we're expanding these markets again to pay for ecosystem lot of learning to do with regard to the health implications of smoke exposure, public awareness, making sure we're building the infrastructure to accommodate particularly our most vulnerable communities. Economic recovery, community recovery, a number of tools that are already out there, a number of tools that need to get built. Hopefully we're much further along when it comes to building, training on tools around economic recovery, community recovery. Research, I mean, something we're going to hear pretty shortly is that there is a lot of research, a lot of science, a lot of information, but a lot more needed. And one of the things that we're going to hear about is the fact that a lot of the science is not terribly conclusive. I mean, you've got kind of competing or conflicting conclusions from the science. And so hopefully we're much farther along in forming the decisions of groups like this council. And then finally, we heard a lot particularly from our elected officials last time about the need for greater public awareness, making this a priority for the state on a sustained basis. This is not going to be a project, it's going to be a process. And it's going to have to take a long-term commitment. So these are, again, just some concepts you look out 5 years from now. Hopefully that's a bit of a North Star. And then what's achievable in 2019? Well, on the values and priorities, something that we heard about from State Forester Doherty and others last time was the shared stewardship agreement, which is this kind of historic opportunity with the Forest Service to work in closer partnership to achieve the state's objectives on federal lands. With regard to the forest community, I think this council is a major achievement for 2019 in terms of really broadening the forest community, including the stakeholders that might not have identified themselves as part of the forest community in the past. Question, we have a tangible outcome. We're going to deliver a report by September with recommendations. You're going to hear a lot about that here later today. Mitigation, you're going to hear about that as well from the committee, mitigation committee. Certainly in 2019, we're going to take a look at the wildfire-prone regions of the state and set treatment priorities. You're going to hear more about that today. Public investment, I think at the very least, we're going to have a more refined estimate of what is this going to cost. And again, within the shared stewardship agreement, where might those priorities be? In terms of timber monetization, probably not going to get a lot done in 2019, frankly, in terms of building commercial infrastructure. But at the very least, understanding what the needs of the timber industry are in order to pay for ecosystem restoration. Hopefully taking those into the mitigation committee's work around prioritization. Non-timber monetization, I think this is going to be a lot of early stage evaluation and exploration. Again, I think markets take a long time to develop. I think on land use, hopefully this year, the Adaptation and Recovery Committee will make some recommendations that'll be useful in the near term. Health, same thing. Want to hear recommendations based upon what we know now and what systems are needed going forward. Similarly on recovery, on research, this year we're going to hopefully use Oregon State to inform decisions. I mean, one thing we don't want to have happen is that one committee using one set of science, another committee using another set of science, council members using a third set of science, and so hopefully we get some consolidated input from Oregon State. And I think public awareness, this is a major achievable goal for 2019. We have a lot of very distinguished council members. We have full support of the governor's office. And I think this is an opportunity for nothing else for us to put this higher on the state's set of priorities. So I think in short, with a reasonable, set of 5-year targets, I think we can put some points on the board here this year in 2019. Particularly being responsive to a phone call I had with Alan Ford, who's a very action-oriented guy, and wants to make sure that we're achieving something in 2019. And I share that sense of of urgency, and I think we all do. I don't think anybody's here looking to generate just a, another report for a show. So then how are we organizing? As I mentioned, 3 main committees. Suppression Committee being chaired by Ken Cummings, being staffed by the State Fire Marshal's Office as well as the Department of Forestry. You're going to hear a report from Ken and that crew today. Litigation Committee being chaired by Joe Curia of the World Forestry Center. You're going to hear from Joe today. And then the Adaptation Recovery Committee is a more diverse, frankly complex committee, and so we've broken that down into 3 subcommittees. We're fortunate that Mayor Russell and Duncan Campbell have agreed to co-chair that committee. And then the 3 subcommittees, Russ Oakland has agreed to chair the Land Use Subcommittee. Kristen Aird has agreed to chair the Health Subcommittee. And we've got an invitation out for the Economic and Recovery Committee, and hopefully we'll get that slot filled. I will just say, just in terms of what today is all about, these 2 committees are, this one is the farthest along, this one second, and then Adaptation and Recovery is just kind of in the kickoff stage. So we're not going to hear from that committee today. It's going to be the other 2 committees that we're going to hear. So, in terms of just how this year is going to progress, in January we had the executive order. Again, first meeting in March, we reviewed the purpose of why we're all together. We heard a lot about wildfire ecology, and then we went through the implications of wildfire, social implications, environmental implications, and economic implications. Today, I've just gone through council strategy. We're going to hear a lot about background, and then we're going to hear a couple of work plans and selected input from the council. We're going to convene again in June. At that point, we're going to hear from the Adaptation and Recovery Committee. They're going to provide their work plan. And we'll hear updates from the other 2 committees. Ultimately, August is going to be a big day because we're going to hear kind of initial draft and recommendations from the Suppression Committee. We're also going to hear updates from the other 2 committees. And then September is going to be the final report from Suppression. And frankly, we're going to see where we are along the way on the other 2 committees so that we can decide what, if anything, needs to be done post-September with those other 2 committees. Committee work is happening in between these meetings on an ongoing basis. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to OSU. But just ask any questions or clarifications.
We'll probably only have the senators till about 10 o'clock. Is that true, Senator?
Oh, what, 10:45?
I've got to hit, I've got a caucus.
Okay,
Oh,
so-
I'm skipping caucus.
No, you have a couple of key assets with short timelines.
I'll just kind of hit pause. Any kind of questions or feedback? Yes.
I have a question. I don't know if we addressed this at the last meeting. I wasn't able to make it, but is the expectation for council members to participate in these subcommittees?
Good question. The answer is perhaps.
Okay.
So the way the council, the logic of the council is to really, the council will hopefully do a good job of representing a lot of the downstream impacts and implications of wildfire. So social implications, environmental implications, economic implications. So this will hopefully be a body that can hear these trade-offs and help to set priorities for the state. Committees are going to have a lot of the real expertise around the work on these recommendations. And so within that review, we have more kind of resume expertise. In some cases, council members will have both, more that downstream impact or downstream perspective as well as the technical expertise. So in those cases, they will be wearing 2 hats, but it's not
If you went back to sort of your original slides where you had filled in the red on the right, I had two comments. One was, I noticed that you had funding next to suppression, but you didn't have funding next to mitigation.
Sally, is it that one?
Yep, thank you. I was just wondering why, I mean, since mitigation is reducing the risk of actually having to suppress, why funding was associated with some and not others? That was my first question.
Definitely associated with all, so that,
Okay.
we're way on the same page there. I think for 2019, what we're mostly talking about is setting priorities around, given limited resources, public investment, where should those resources go? This is kind of the whole effort on the shared stewardship agreement, where we're trying to take a look at what are the forests that need to get treated, and how do you prioritize those? So this is preparing for public investment.
It just seemed to me that there's some projects that are underway that could use funding that.
Oh, no, that's not to say that things are gonna get interrupted or stopped. I just don't know how the council in 2019 is gonna really interact with that.
Right. My second question is just for clarification, really, for other people who will be reading this and who aren't sitting in this room under health, where it says statewide smoke treatment prioritized, I think that can probably be interpreted in a number of ways independently, so probably just needs a little tightening or clarity. For me, working in that on a regular basis, I'm confused in exactly what that means, so I expect there will be other people who read it that way too. I still don't understand smoke treatment to forests, smoke mitigation for communities.
Placing greater emphasis on smoke exposure in building systems to deal with that.
So in the event of a smoke event, yeah, so I would suggest that could use a little more clarification, a suggestion. Thank you.
Matt, one thing that I don't see up here is kind of the fire impacts on rangeland and agricultural, like the wheat fields that we saw last year in Wasco County. How is that being addressed?
So that, you're gonna hear a fair amount about that from the suppression committee later today.
All right, I'm gonna stand up because, well, I was just sitting for a little while, so nice to see all of you again. I'm Anthony Davis with Oregon State University, the College of Forestry. And even though my name is on the agenda for the next hour and a half, I'm gonna talk for about 3 minutes of that time, and we've brought a few of our experts in to really present and then come back and serve as a panel. And so, just to recap a little bit, to build on where Matt left us, I think about some of the pictures that Paul Hesberg showed in that last presentation a month ago, and we think about connectivity across our landscape, where one ignition can go much further because we don't have these large breaks in our landscapes. Those breaks caused by previous fires or by harvesting or by grazing. As we increase the connection across our landscape, we increase the ability for fire to move. And I think about that, and then it just simply comes back to the word scale. And with scale, I'm going to take the graph, the little arrow that Matt just showed us of that 5-year and 10-year, and I think of scale of what are we doing now? The actions over the next 5 years, and the impact they will have 100 years from now. That's the scale we have to work at. And really, to boil it down even more simply, we're talking about millions and millions of acres of land that need to be treated repeatedly over the next multiple decades, and that the risk and the cost are measured in billions of dollars. So we have a more than 100-year problem that's going to cost many billions of dollars to initially treat and maintain across the entire western U.S. And so scale now has blown up to this very big deal. That's the importance of these decisions, and why those actions we take right now, not doing something effective right now, doesn't decrease the cost, it doesn't decrease the risk, it prolongs and increases those. And so I think about that, and I think about how we address fire, and then I think about something like hurricanes. And you know, we look at the weather network during hurricane season, and you track, in 2 weeks this hurricane is likely to be at this strength at this point. The reason that we've invested so much in developing models around things like hurricanes, around earthquakes, around tsunamis, is because of the threat to human health and to the economy. We need to look at fire in that same consideration. With fire, we have to also look at it with the considerations of threatened and endangered species, with other values. And here in Oregon, we identify with our landscapes, with our rangelands and our forests. That is core to being an Oregonian. I often say, if you look at a postcard of Oregon, it probably has trees in it. If you look at a poster, it has our rangelands and our animals and our waterways and our forests. So beyond the human health, the economy, this hits the deepest cultural core of Oregon. And so how do we work at that appropriate scale? This is a generational challenge. And how is led to the where, and where do we go for resources? There are lots of great researchers doing groundbreaking work across universities, across agencies, across NGOs, private institutions. And often that work is for a specific purpose. Where we had those advances with hurricane mapping, for example, it was the bringing together, the coalescing of those resources and moving directionally towards information that could be used in planning, information that could be used in adaptation, in mitigation, and recovery. We're at a spot where we have to start to direct towards using all of our resources in that same direction. We have to start to work together across those sort of silos that have existed. And so that comes back to this kind of decision support. And even as a council, as I was talking with Matt a couple of weeks ago, where do we go for this bit of information? We often go to individuals. We go to one organization. Who coordinates across those individuals and organizations becomes absolutely critical when we start to move in that same direction. So I've brought a group of individuals who are associated with Oregon State University here. We're going to have 4 presentations, and we'll have a little break, and then we'll have 5 people on a panel. And my hope is that the presentations provide the 4 disparate looks at what type of resource and what type of information is available. And then the 5 as a panel provide you with an opportunity to see what it's like when you put that together and ask the questions that are on your mind. And I am 100% certain that I don't know is something that will probably come back to you, because we don't know all the answers. And that's another important piece of scale. With problems of this size, we don't know what the impact of some of our decisions are going to be. So I'm going to start off with Janine Salwasser, who's with the Institute of Natural Resources, and she'll talk for about 10 minutes, and then we'll transition to our next speaker. If you have a couple of questions, we have time, but really we'll push questions to after the break. All right, Janine, we're going to put your technology skills to the test here. All right, John, we're going to put your technology skills to the test here.
And I know it was said earlier that the wildfire experts have come to you. I'm not a wildfire expert, but what I like to say, I really like to work with users of information, find out what they need, and work with the experts to get them that. I work for the Institute for Natural Resources, which was set up to do just that, to inform natural resource decision-making, policies at the statewide level. What I'm presenting to you today is the tools that actually we just launched the advanced report, which I hope will be informing your council work. We just launched it this month, so it's brand new. We launched the site itself, and if we could do the next one. I'm going to be telling you specifically about the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer project, It was a partnership effort with Oregon Department of Forestry and the Forest Service. It was funded with Western State Fire Marshal grants and Western Competitive Grant Funds back in 2015. And it's been a long project, but it was a lot of data. In the short term, what we wanted to do is just increase wildfire risk awareness around the state. But we had a very targeted goal of trying to update community wildfire protection plans. So throughout the state, most of those community wildfire protection plans are in place. And in fact, a lot of them use the data that we made accessible, again working with Oregon Department of Forestry in 2006. So that data was about 10 years old. And so we applied for new funds. We were working with the National Fire Plan Coordinator at ODF. And so we were successful with that. And that was sort of the genesis of this redesigned wildfire risk site. Long term, it's to improve wildfire risk planning. So here we are. So that's why I'm so grateful to be here presenting to you. And to increase the number of fire-adapted communities. That's my goal. Next slide. So in the interest of time, I have 10 minutes to really give you the overview of what these tools do and who they're for. This is our homepage for the Oregon Explorer. It is a natural resources digital library. I've been working on it since 2001 in collaboration with OSU Libraries and Press. And what we've tried to do in a variety of different topics, whether it's sage grouse, wildfire, watersheds, forest collaboratives, is work with different partners to identify what the information needs are, work with our academic institutions to make sure that the data gets aggregated and serves those needs. And so on the Oregon Explorer at the bottom is usually our most recent tools or topics that we've worked on. In the case of wildfire, it's our most recent one. So it's right there. We've also worked on coastal research and a lot of work with sage grouse. So we do care about the rangelands. And the next slide is how you get to wildfire risk. Oh, the only thing you need to know from my presentation is the URL, www.oregonexplorer.info, and you can get to all this information. So within the forestry and agricultural topics, you can get to wildfire risk. You can get to other ways too. That's what we try to do, is provide many ways to get to the information. I'm clicking on wildfire risk. And we're going to click on. Hopefully this will go quick. This is the wildfire topic page. You can't see it. At the top, we've got articles and stories, maps and tools, reports and publications, data, photos. This is kind of the digital library aspect of the Oregon Explorer. What it allows you to do, like through the reports and publications, is every thesis and dissertation, every scholarly material in all the repositories in all the academic institutions in Oregon are accessible to you based on a search word. So you can get to all these different research documents, and you can sort by year. So that's the digital library piece, but I really want to show you the tools that we've developed in partnership. This landing page, and so we've got homeowners and planners. Those are our two target audiences. The general public, we had a very basic map viewer. We launched that last May for Wildfire Awareness Month. And we also launched the advanced map viewer so people can make maps, and I noticed that was on your cover page for the council. That anybody can make a map, put it in a report, share it in a community meeting. If they go to the advanced Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer, and that's the basic one. They can create a homeowner's report or a summary report. We try to keep the options really limited. It's a very two-page, very simple report that tells them which structural fire department protection district they're in, all their different contacts. A lot of the different fire rights communities are using that information. Next slide. They can, through this I want to tab, make a map, go to the different tools, actually look at fire history over time from ODF. Next slide. This is just an example of clicking on a point. I chose Merlin because that's actually one of the communities in a recent study that's very high risk. And so for that location, they can also get to their immediate information, homeowner report, their watershed report, their county report, tells them what their CWPP is, whether they're in a fire nearby community, etc. So that's immediate information for the homeowner. Next slide. This is the summary report, and actually I'm just going to go through because I really want to get to the advanced report. It does tell you, I know there was a question about ownership for different areas, and so it does give the breakdown of land ownership for all these different areas, watershed, county, etc. Next slide. Tells you about the fire history, whether they're lightning or human caused, and that was one of the big surprises for me was to see the wide amount of human caused fires in the state. Next slide. Hazard to potential structures. Continue. Now I'm going to focus on the advanced report tool. And again, this was launched this month. This was really the tool that was targeted for planning. Next slide. So next slide. And you can see it has a different front end. You can get to the advanced report. Many more data layers. So all the data layers from the Pacific Northwest Quantitative Risk Assessment, published in 2018, are accessible from this site. So I'm going to demonstrate the advanced report. You can select the geography of interest, so county, fifth field watershed, sixth field watershed, and you can upload your own area. And I know, like within Deschutes County, a lot of their CWPPs are within the county, and so they have customized areas. And they're already using this tool to inform those community wildfire protection plans within the county. So here's an example of Deschutes County. What you didn't see is we do at this point have an upper limit of 7 million acres. That's slightly bigger than Harney County, our biggest county. And so that's just because of processing time. I did find out that if it's the council's interest, we have the capacity to run a statewide report. So that's just put that aside. But what you do is you identify your area, put your email in, you select what you want to be included in that report, and there's both default and optional layers to report on. Maybe I'll just mention them. Land management, fire history, overall wildfire risk, burn probability, average flame length, hazard potential structures, housing density, vegetation, and then all the specific wildfire risk to assets, wildfire risk to wildlife, property, and then you run the report. It actually, because it's such an involved report, and I do have an example, this one for Deschutes County is 33 pages long. So it's very involved. It gets emailed to you, and within the day. Next. And so this is just some highlights of the report. So you get a cover page with your area, with what's contained in the report. Next slide. Here's the fire history. And so it breaks down total acres burned. And again, these are all from agency databases. That's over time, the distribution of wildfire starts. Next one. Has the complete fire history and where those fires were and how many acres they burned. So this is all available for people to understand their local or landscape level fire environment. Next slide. This is the overall wildfire risk. And just, this was a Forest Service-led effort. It does actually talk about benefits of fire. And it only shows benefits if there was not a structure there. So you have, it's modeled results, and models have their strengths and weaknesses. One of the weaknesses, I think, is we need a better structural statewide data layer. We do have one layer that assumes a structure exists, and what would the wildfire risk be, and I think that's useful to look side by side. Next, this was actually asked for by Grant and Wheeler County, is the breakdown of the wildfire risk types by ownership. So they put that in their plans. So we have that in acres and percentages, and then summarized by watersheds, so they can look at the watersheds that have the highest wildfire risk. Okay, I got that. Keep going. And then again, these are all the categories, and we'll go again. This is just to remind me that all the information about the data sources is listed, and just to compare the two tools. For the basic tools, limited sets of information. For the advanced tools, more custom areas, more detail. Next one. And then just to remind you, that's the home page. I think we're good. So it exists.
I just have a quick question for John. Are all these these presentations gonna be posted on the website?
Yes, I'm looking at someone smarter than
Okay.
me, yes.
Thank you.
And at the break, I do have some Oregon Explorer handouts if you're interested in more information. But
Thanks.
the project concludes in June of this year, and it's been a great project. And we know, at least in the last year, we've had 10,000 users of the site and about 22,000 users of the tool. And that was before the advanced reporter tool was even launched. So we're feeling pretty good about those types of numbers and using it.
That's great. Thank you, Janine. So the idea now, again, is to go through a few of these. You're going to let that sink in, and we're going to be able to come back with questions in a panel format after our break. And thanks very much, Janine, for doing that. Our next rapid fire presenter is Chris Dunn, who's a research scientist in the College of Forestry. And we're going to again see Chris do a technology dance with John here. So thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. So, I just want to acknowledge my collaborators. These two at the bottom in particular were the ones that created the the region-wide wildfire risk assessment that was used in the Oregon Explorer, and that we use in raw form. So we use the actual data to sort of advance the efforts that I have and will demonstrate to you today. And then these are the rest of my collaborators. It's the Wildfire Risk Management Science Team from the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm a member of that, and I'm also a member of the Risk Management Assistance Team that aids large fire incidents with technology and analytics. And so we do that every summer, and it's now going into its third year this summer. At a request of a council member, they wanted to look at just some broad numbers of ownership of forest lands in this case. And you can see them over here, private forest lands at close to 9 million, based on some zoning rules here in Oregon is how I summarize that. So there's probably some wiggle room on its accuracy. State lands, BLM lands, and then U.S. Forest Service and the percentage of that forest land base that are covered. And there was interest in looking at that distribution. BLM forest lands, the ODF responds to those, at least in initial attack stage. So most of this and above would be ODF wildfire responsibility, at least at the initial attack. And there's some agreements with how ODF interacts in the long term when there is a large fire event with BLM. It could turn to federal management, but that's uncertain and will be dependent. And certainly there are other people in this room that know the political background of all of this. My apologies for the ugly colors. I got up at 3 this morning to make this, and it was an ugly morning, and transferred to my Mac. So this is how ODF zones it. So these are ODF zones. There's fire protection associations here, which are, you know, I never really get a clear answer. They're sort of a side lateral to ODF. They are under ODF purview, but they operate somewhat independently in Douglas Fire Protection Association and the Coos Fire Protection Association. And then you can see the different zones across the state. Just giving you sort of an overview of the sort of political happenings. Most of this rangeland is BLM. They do have rangeland fire protection associations now, which are private individuals that are in an association that respond to fires as well. And so they can actually respond even before BLM arrives. And they have those agreements set up in advance. And then there's even other layers. And this red up top is the Central Oregon Fire Management Service. That covers much of this, and it's just an effort to facilitate more collaboration and more ease of sharing of resources. As the same with down here, we have the South Central Oregon Fire Management Partnership that is established to do something similar. Now, on to what I actually do. So that was just sort of an overview, and then there's a whole national system. We recognize fire as a problem. There's paradise. We also recognize that it is one of the solutions. It's ecologically important, but it also, fire itself can actually impede ignitions. It can actually stop the fire, but it requires fire. So even through our mitigation, if we don't have fire integrated in there, it in and of itself is not going to stop fire, prescribed fire or some other sort. Will be necessary to actually create a barrier. Otherwise, we are just reducing the intensity, which has operational benefits, but it doesn't stop the fire. Fires can blow through those treatments as well. But you can see in the cohesive strategy, we're really driving towards learning to live with wildland fire. That's the vision they have. They recognize fire's here, fire's gonna be here. It's not something we're gonna get rid of. And so we have to find new strategies to learn to live with that and deal with it in both its benefit and its negative consequences forms. All right, so these are the three sort of pillars of the cohesive strategy that Matt talked about early. We break it down into the social, ecological, and the fire management system. This is where my research resides, bringing this to the forefront, sort of elevating its role in how the ecological system is impacting how the social system is impacted. So trying in particular bringing analytics to the table, further support that. We'll get into these tools. Right now I want to play this little video that will help you understand in less than 3 minutes the process that we go through to pre-plan and engage large fires before they actually occur, so that we are prepared well in advance of its occurrence.
You can see on the screen.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that helps.
Technology.
I guess I will.
Control.
Well, there goes all my time. This will be the end of my presentation, or the end of me. Here, try it. See if you can make it happen. So while that's going on, what you see here in red is fire history, and then you see a whole bunch of colors and polygons. This is where I've done a lot of pre-analytics already for the state of Oregon and Washington. And we are engaging with partners all across this region to pre-plan and engage in these fires before they happen. We hold workshops in the Rogue Basin, which we just had. Chris Chambers was there last week. Was that just last week? Just last week. Fremont, Wainema. I'll shut up and get back to that.
Welcome back to the Ponderosa Pine National Forest, where staff are working together with the Wildfire Risk Management Science Team to create more proactive wildfire risk management plans. One of the challenges of spatial fire planning is identifying control locations where operations can be safer and have a higher likelihood of success. This is especially important because control opportunities often don't align with ownership boundaries. With a plan in mind ahead of time, everyone involved can be clear on the best actions to take, even in a cross-boundary fire. The science team brings several tools to the table for this effort. The basic ingredients of these tools are intuitive and designed to complement local expertise and judgment. Quantitative wildfire risk assessments, suppression difficulty index, and potential control locations that help form potential wildfire operational delineations, also known as PODs. The quantitative risk assessment uses fire modeling and expert analysis to estimate benefits and losses from fire. Suppression difficulty index provides an assessment of the potential hazards and opportunities for fire responders by balancing expected fire behavior with access and mobility. The Atlas of Potential Control Locations maps local conditions where fire lines have and have not been effective in the past, and provides a measure of operational opportunities and challenges for suppression. By overlaying suppression difficulty and potential control locations on a map of quantitative wildfire risk, we develop pods that summarize risks to important values while highlighting opportunities to effectively engage fire. The science team is already deploying these tools in planning applications on National Forest System lands across the western United States, including for real-time decision support on dozens of large fires. Incident management teams use these tools to prioritize responder safety and assess suppression opportunities on fire operations, And forest managers and their neighbors, like here on the Ponderosa, use these tools to integrate fire into landscape planning, prioritize fuel treatments, and create or improve control opportunities to reduce risk to things they value. Can the Wildfire Risk Management Science Team help with assessment and response planning in your area? Contact us to find out how we can help your forest and neighbors plan for the next fire.
So as I was saying, this is what we've covered, at least with the preliminary process of that. We're working on developing those operational delineations all across this region. And I have specific examples we can address as we get into questions, and you can see on maps where we compare those three products together, and it really highlights where and then in that when and who should be at the table when we go into either suppression or mitigation. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. All right, so we're going to keep moving along here and jump in with Kevin Bladen, who is a faculty member in the Forest Engineering Resources and Management Department at Oregon State University, and he's going to talk a little bit. We started really connecting after around the issue of water quality and watershed health with fires, so I think that's a very important topic for right now.
Thanks, Anthony. It's a real pleasure to be here this morning. Thank you for having us here. As Anthony mentioned, I'm a forest hydrologist. For the better part of the last 2 decades, my research program is really focused around addressing questions related to both the magnitude and longevity of effects of both wildfire and our responses to fire in terms of post-fire land management on a range of water values, from everything from water quantity to quality to aquatic ecosystem health, and then I've done a lot of transdisciplinary research working with drinking water treatment engineers to think about the effects that we might observe in our forest and headwater systems and what those might mean for downstream communities. So obviously we don't have time to deal with all of that in the short period of time that I've got here today. So I want to kind of take the helicopter up to 10,000 feet and give you a very quick overview of some of the things we know, some of the things we don't know around effects of wildfire and our response to that on a range of water values. And so this issue, you can go ahead to the next slide, please. This issue of increasing wildfire severity is a problem that we're not the only ones that are grappling with. And so colleagues of mine, myself, developed recently this global analysis looking at regions of the planet that might be most susceptible to impacts of fire on a range of water values. And what we find, what's important for this group, is that this region came out in the upper 30 to 35th percentile of the entire planet in terms of the potential for wildfire to impact our water supplies. And so recently we've taken this analysis and this approach, and we've kind of ground down to a state level and are starting to look at, well, can we identify watersheds now that are most susceptible to impacts for fire? So if we have limited resources available to undertake some mitigation treatments, can we target those specific watersheds that are most at risk? Next slide. So in terms of water and things we might be concerned about associated with wildfire, one of the first things we're concerned about is the change in water supply. Things we have observed with fire are shifts in the timing of availability, shifts in low flows, and obviously shifts in the overall amount of water. This was an analysis we just completed of 60 fires across the contiguous U.S., where we had 5 years of pre-fire data, 5 years of post-fire data, and what we observed out of that was that as wildfire severity and area burned increased, we saw increasing impacts on fires. Not surprising. The actual response really depends on the post-fire climate and sort of what those post-fire years might look like. But the big thing to take away from this is that as severity increases, as area burned increases, the types of things we have been observing we're expecting to see increasing impacts on the water in our streams. The next question associated with this, and people ask then, is, well, what's the longevity of effects that we might expect? We just completed a review of all the literature available in Mediterranean climates, including Oregon, that investigated this question: how long are these effects likely to last and persist? And what we found is that more than half of those studies, just 17 of 30, surprising, just only 30 studies across the entire planet investigating this question, but more than half indicated that there was no evidence of recovery 5 or more years out. So these effects on flow can last for quite long periods of time. However, our response matters. I know that's a task of this group, is to deal with response. This is a study we just completed in the ENIAC experimental watershed in Washington, and very fortuitous data set that we had here. These lines down here, all they show, this is across time, the sort of average in terms of runoff ratio, the amount of water in the stream relative to the amount of precipitation. So we're accounting for climate. And this is pre-fire data. This study was established to study other things, but then in 1970, the watershed burned. We see a demonstrable increase in the amount of water that we had in the streams, and then the study ended. We were really fortunate that we went back 35 to 41 years later, re-instrumented those streams, and looked for evidence of this the fire on a number of values, including water in the streams. Very quickly, what we see, these two lines here at the bottom, the green and the purple, represent two watersheds that we went in and salvage logged, and at the time the approach was to aerial seed and fertilize. And in those watersheds, they had recovered. There was no evidence of that longevity of effects from the fire. Alternatively, the one watershed that was left to recover naturally and on its own, there was still evidence and elevated stream flow in that watershed 35 to 41 years after the fire. So our responses matter and can really influence the longevity of effects. So why do we care about more water in the stream? Well, one thing is erosion, more sediment in the stream, and folks that have looked at this in terms of a post-wildfire environment have shown that here in Oregon, we come out sort of in that upper portion across the contiguous U.S. of erodibility. It has to do with the soils and the geology here. So we would expect very high rates of erosion post-fire here in Oregon. And with that erosion comes more sediment, higher sediment concentrations in the stream, and those can persist for long periods of time as long as we have more water in the stream. This is a study looking at from a watershed basis. These green bars showing reference watersheds, the black bars are the burned watersheds, and the orange bar, the salvage log watersheds. And so here's the caveat to my previous point of, well, our actions can speed recovery. Here's a situation where our actions actually made things worse. You can see sediment concentrations 28, 37 times higher in the salvage log watershed many years after this fire in the salvage log watershed. So that's a really big unknown for us, is when and where are our activities likely to improve things and where are they likely to make things worse. So increased sediment, we expect that that's going to change things like turbidity or the optical clarity in water. This was after the Stouts Creek fire in Roseburg, and we saw a 2-order magnitude increase in turbidity or the optical clarity of water. The reason I mentioned this is the value along the carbon that drinking water treatment plants consider and are concerned about. So with more sediment, more water in the stream, other things that we expect to see post-fire, and that increase in terms of both magnitude and longevity with increase in severity are increases in limiting nutrients, things like nitrogen, phosphorus. You see they can increase anywhere from 5 to 10 times in our systems and persist for long periods of time. And with those come changes in our aquatic ecosystems. We have evidence of increasing primary productivity, shifts in our vertebrate populations, and impacts on our fish populations. And sort of the magnitude and directionality of those effects is really poorly understood. There are instances where fire can have a very positive impact on makes the hair on folks' arms stand up a little is this, and we have very little evidence, and it's anecdotal, and something I think we need to consider a little more. This was an average of a couple of years of data, and it shows in terms of heavy metals, we have evidence of increases in aluminum and cobalt and arsenic and mercury in our aquatic ecosystems. Like I say, we have a very poor understanding of when, where, magnitudes, and longevity. And so, as I mentioned, along with turbidity, one of the other chemical water parameters we're interested in is carbon. So this is dissolved organic carbon, an average across 10 years, this little red dotted line. What that represents is we have a carbon concentration here on this y-axis that is above that dotted line. That's a carbon concentration that is known to create challenges for drinking water treatment plants beyond a conventional treatment plant, which is the majority of our treatment plants here in Oregon. And we see with fire or salvage logging, we see 2 to 4 times more proportion of time that our carbon exceeds some level that's going to create challenges for our utilities. And the issue with that is, with more carbon, more turbidity, our treatment plants are forced to use more coagulant to remove that material from the water, and then that ultimately leads to them needing to use more chlorine in that water, and with the use of more chlorine comes the production of more disinfection byproducts. And those disinfection byproducts are known carcinogens in some cases, so they have to remove those out of the water before they can provide safe drinking water to our communities. And so that comes at a large cost, which is passed on to our communities. So lots of issues here that sort of pile up on each other. So this is just a summary slide. Post-fire, we would expect increases in flow and sediment and nutrients and metals, and with impacts on our aquatic ecosystems, our utilities. How are we doing here in Oregon about really understanding this and what it means here? Quite poorly, actually. Our main research database, we plug in the keywords of wildfire, water, Oregon. We have 6 studies that we've done. So a lot of that research is not from here, and we're leveraging those ideas, but we know Oregon is a very unique place in many, many ways. And so I think it's important that we try to invest in research here to understand these effects. One more slide. The last thing I want to mention, I know that you folks, your charge is sort of response. We convened a group of hydrologists and drinking water treatment engineers, or experts in the world, about 5 years ago in Banff, Alberta, in Canada, to talk about these issues. And 3 of the big things that came out of that discussion in terms of mitigation of fire effects on drinking water treatment for communities. We're concerned about that. We think that's a value that we want to protect. We need to do a better job of assessing where those risks are, what watersheds are most threatened. We need to then target those watersheds with the strategic fuel treatments that Anthony talked about. And then the other piece is making sure our utilities, our communities are prepared to respond to these things. And we can do that in a lot of different ways. Making sure that we pass on this knowledge to them, we train those folks, but then we also need to invest in infrastructure to make sure they're prepared. Because not all drinking water utilities are the public. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, and we're just going to keep running through with our last presentation, and then we'll have a little break and be able to reconvene with the panel. Janine Creighton's going to join us. Janine is a faculty member in the College of Forestry, and with her duties, her many duties, she also leads the Northwest Fire Science Consortium. And so she'll be able to talk a little bit about what she does, and again, trying to put some of these resources in front of you so that as a council, you're able to figure out how to best mobilize those towards the decisions and suggestions and recommendations that are going to come forward. All right, Janine.
I only have one slide, so you can relax.
Enlarge.
Yeah. Good morning. Thanks, Anthony, for asking me here. So, my name is Janine Creighton. I wear a couple hats, as he said. One is that I'm an extension specialist at Oregon State University in the College of light of day. Well, that's where I come in. All right. One of my other hats is that I'm the administrative director for the Joint Fire Science, Northwest Fire Science Consortium. Let me explain what that is. You see this map here. The Northwest Fire Science Consortium, we cover Washington and then part of Oregon. This is a federally funded program. We're one of 15 similar fire exchanges throughout the United States, funded by the Joint Fire Science Program. And the Joint Fire Science Program is a partnership between the Department of Interior agencies and the U.S. Forest Service. And we are totally funded. They also fund a lot of research as well. And so our charge, and this is administered through Oregon State University. So our charge is to effectively disseminate fire science to the people in our region that need it. All right? And that might sound like a really big mission, and it is, because there's a lot of fire science out there, and trying to find information that's really current and relevant to the local fire manager can be a challenge. Nonetheless, so our consortia is a combination of some universities, nonprofit organizations, federal, state partners, and we all work together. We all share pots of funding in order to get a lot of this work done in this outreach of fire science. Initially, when we first started in 2011, our audience was primarily federal and state land managers. But that has obviously changed because the way that we're looking at fire now has become a lot more than just one agency's problem, right, or issue. Our priority areas, and we're just moving into our third round of working, are smoke issues, cross-boundary landscape management and cross-boundary issues, and fuel and fire and field treatments. Those form the foundation of all the work that we're planning on doing. The reason why I think Anthony asked me to be here is because outreach of all the science is what the Northwest Fire Science Consortium does. But we don't do it alone. We work with a lot of different partners, and one of our most important partners is Extension, both in Oregon State and in Washington State. So we rely very heavily on that, their community outreach, their relationship with the community, and then we can help to provide them science, support, resources in order for them to meet their objectives while we also meet our objectives. We also try to provide a framework for where different organizations that are all looking to have the same objectives regarding fire, to come together and to be able to work out and create those opportunities for that collaboration. So we do an awful lot of different kinds of events. Ourselves, we do workshops, symposia, we have summits, conferences. We have a pretty strong webinar series, and we also provide syntheses, research briefs, fire facts, things like that. And I have some examples of those here if you want to take a look. This wasn't planned, all right, but Chris mentioned the Rangeland Fire Protection Association. Well, we just happen to have a research brief on that explaining what those are so that someone doesn't have to necessarily go to the technical journal article to figure out if it's something that's important. They can take a look at the research brief and say, okay, I want more information. So this is one of the things that we do. We have a strong online presence. I urge you to get on our website and just take a look at it. We have a huge database of research. A lot of the work that people do that we
you know, just to wrap up, that's our 4 initial presentations. I'm hoping that that gets you thinking about some questions to go back to our panel. Joining our panel will be Daniel Lavelle, who's made the trek up from Klamath Falls. He's an extension agent and professor of practice in the college, and very much a state leader in extending our fire research into action at the community level. So Daniel will join our panel, and hopefully we can get some really great dialogue going after the break.
Okay, thanks. We're a little bit behind, but it's not too bad. So I'm going to suggest we get back at 10:40. So that'll give us just about 10 minutes to take a break, stretch your legs, and we'll see you back here. Thanks.
That's all right.
We all gotta move together.
Right order of operations. There you go.
I'm thinking we could, from a land use perspective, one of the best things we can do is getting wildfire and smoke through goal 7 of the rulemaking.
We just
Land use, and we do have done all the same work for the counties and the is land use.
I'd have to look more into that in there.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they would have.
I don't know the truth.
Let me hold it.
Oh, if you can hear me clap hands, yeah.
That's how you say podcast. So super
Those are social justice circles.
It's like a nice mid-size. Do you live in Portland?
You can use that guy's phone.
It works with me.
He's ready for blazer action. You can kick him in the head before.
So we just this process, I think that I'm pretty excited about it. I have seen almost everybody's products except
So,
the Christmas is new to me. That's kind of the one that's really was fascinating. I know that I've seen it in California where it's out there. I mean, it's I shouldn't say that, but it's similar product. Right. I thought it was pretty exciting.
I know that some of our elected officials have to leave, and so we're going to start off by asking for our questions. Senator Sugar.
Thank you, Anthony, and not just a question. First of all, I really appreciate all the work that you folks are doing. I've spent some time with them over at the university and kind of dove down into what they're doing. They're doing really good stuff and moving forward. But I'm going to take my senator hat off for just a second, put my wildland firefighter hat on. I want everybody in the council to understand one thing as we go through and talk about these discussions, is that fire or anything we do in the forest is dynamic and ever changing, and nothing is ever the same. So when we listen to presentations a lot of time, the presentation has some perimeters, some sideboards that they're talking about. You don't find that out in the environment, okay? It's always changing, it's always different. So try to broaden as you listen to the presentations. Try to understand that this is just a little snapshot of a particular situation, and it doesn't apply across the entire landscape all the time. It's always different. And I'll give you a little example with your water presentation, and you're talking about that. And you brought up about when we did some salvage logging, and that raised it. Okay, but then if you went back in and you did some reforestation, you did some mitigation for erosion and stuff like that, that can flop that around. So please, everybody, as we go through this, please remember, it's dynamic, it's never the same. Okay, the photos you were showing were, a high intensity burn. There's many low-intensity burns that you probably don't see hardly any effects to the water. So please, everybody, try to broaden that, try to understand this is so complicated with so many moving pieces, and no one situation is the same. And I'll leave you with that, and I also, I'm gonna have to go back to the Capitol now. I'm gonna try to get back this afternoon. I really appreciate everybody participating and ask those questions, because there's no bad questions. They're all good. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments by the senator, and I would agree. I think that it's critical. We have the same type of conversation in the break that this committee has come together because we're starting to see more of those high severity wildfires, the fires we don't want in the landscape, and that's the kind of results that I showed from those types of fires we don't want, and a very poor situation where the salvage logging in that case was done improperly, and really illustrates if we do something one way, those can create issues. But it was exactly right. Wildfire and high severity fire is not the same as low severity fire. It's not the same as prescribed fire, and salvage logging, if done well, can improve things. And I think it's really critical that we get that distinction out in terms of our message.
Anthony, Curtis Robinhold, I'm at the Port of Portland, and I know nothing about this topic, so this is I'm going to test the no stupid questions. Chris, I wonder if you could expand a little bit more on this concept of integrating response and restoration. Are there examples of that? During your talk, I kind of leaned over to Chris here and said, is that kind of what we saw down there? I was lucky enough to go and see a bit of the presentation from Chris down around Ashland, but I wonder how useful it is to use the model of response to think about where you do restoration, where you prioritize, and do we have examples of that are useful to think about from a policy-making perspective?
I don't know. Well, I'll let you guys lean on the policy aspect. I'm a scientist. Big S. I'll stick with that because it's easier. It's a safe space. It really is. So here's one example, and then I'll pull to another one. So I look at this. Left is that potential control location. So this is based off of fire history, and then we're able to model to the landscape. So this is what firefighters have used and been successful at containing a fire. Then we can take that model and predict to the landscape and look out there. So, you know, the cooler colors are better control locations, and the red would be bad. So you can see this landscape, where those opportunities to catch fires are. You can also see how the Tater Creek got as big as it did. And this one, this is suppression difficulty index, tells you how sort of rugged the landscape is. How tough is it going to be to operate on that landscape? And you can see, very red, very challenging terrain. It's not surprising this fire got to where it did, as it's challenging a community. This was Merlin, right? So now we can say, if we see this kind of landscape, maybe this is where we want to allocate some of our fuels treatments, beginning with those perimeters, those control lines, reinforcing those, so if we do end up with a large fire, we can respond and be successful, and more successful than we have been, because those large fires are coming. It's not about changing initial attack in this case. This is about when that thing blows up in your face, how do you respond and what do you do? And so you can allocate accordingly. And you can see that this landscape, as challenging it is, probably warrants some effort. Now, it also, with that, comes some challenges in being able to operate in that landscape, whether it's harvest or otherwise, because it's going to be challenging to do that as well.
Chris, could I add something to address that from a practical application? I'm working with the Fremont-Wainema National Forest in Klamath and Lake County, about 2.3 million acres. 75% of Klamath and Lake County are federal management, and 25% is private land intermixed with that. And what the Fremont-Wainema wants to use this process for is to aid, like Chris is saying, aid in pre-planning to determine management decisions as one tool to feed into management decisions, such as they would like to get, and as a partnership I belong to, we're trying to build a prescribed fire program for the two.
So folks can hear.
a prescribed fire program for the 2 counties, and Klamath and Lake have 15% of the state of Oregon area-wise, and we're using this process that Chris is developing with the Fremont Wainema, so the Fremont Wainema can better make decisions on larger scale prescribed burning where it's appropriate, where it doesn't have the risks associated with it, and using wildfire for resource benefit where that could be appropriate under the conditions. This information will feed those decisions. Other factors too, but it's more or less used as a pre-plan. And as we get into these large landscape cross-boundary efforts, and we're starting on our third, about 500,000 acres total, this information will be very important to look at cross-boundary management schemes too.
Chris, I'm going to give you the microphone back, and then we have a follow-up question right over here. I'm also going to start making sure that everyone answers quickly when their questions come so that we get on track. And also, I normally have fear jumping in my heart when someone breaks out a PowerPoint during a response to a question during a panel, but very well done.
Go take your time, Chris.
So, Curtis, did that address your...
This is another example. All right, so we'll just leave it. You can see private in the shaded regions. We're looking at Grants Pass, right? So this identifies those areas where you need to go cross boundary, and you can see that highlighted on the private and the public lands there. And you can start to have those conversations well in advance to protect Grants Pass. It's not just a public lands issue. Please.
So for some context, my name's Eric Cutler, and I've been an insurance nerd, insurance industry, and a little bit at the state of Oregon in insurance for 30 plus years. So I'm thinking property, towns, protection there. So this is incredibly helpful for now. So I'm by no means, I feel like I'm back in a science class. That's why I went into business when I see this. So, but I have been really on a quest to find predictive data so we can fix that. And so this is, what are we doing as here with your work? Maybe to add some machine learning to it, some artificial intelligence, to factor in 5, 10, 20 years from now. Because really what we're going to do on mitigation is what are we going to do? How are we going to prioritize what? This helps for when Merlin's in danger, but I'm thinking watersheds, but 10 years from now, we want to have a work product that actually helps the people in these towns long term. So is there anything being done on that? Or?
So I might just add to that, because I had the exact same question. And what I would say is, if you look at our 3 committees, all of them would benefit tremendously from forecasting, and really macro forecasting, which I think is kind of what Eric's saying. And so there's great information on kind of a micro, how do you deal with this particular land area, but more in a macro, because if you look at the suppression committee, is going to be dealing at organizational size and how much should we be building, and then you look at the insurance work, and it's going to be on a macro side, what kind of level of fire activity. You can already see it in the last meeting. People are trying to extrapolate historic trends because you need to forecast. And so that's a very rough way of doing it, but we need a forecast. And I would say on the mitigation work, how much you invest in mitigation, I think, depends on your view towards how severe is this going to be. And you got variables like climate change and so forth. So I guess maybe a way of addressing this question is, can you help the council understand what we are able to draw from consensus research around forecasting capabilities in the macro, where the limitations are, what's the consensus on climate change, what's the lack of consensus, what is realistic for this council to be doing when it comes to kind of forecasting and trying to place bets today based upon what our expectations are in the future.
Okay, so thank you, Matt, for not loading the questions. And you as a Janine, you want to jump in maybe?
It's actually not what I showed. The wildfire risk assessment was a an assessment based on a particular date and modeling. But we were involved, the Institute for Natural Resources, working with the Forest Service on an integrated landscape assessment project. And that project did use state and transition models to forecast into the future, 50 years into the future. If you had a good understanding of the forest management, you could incorporate that and see where things were going to go 50 years. So that would be an approach, one approach, to do that forecasting that we've done already.
Would that translate to rangelands also?
It would translate to rangelands. You do have to bring in the wildfire risk modeling experts. And the climate change is another one. There's different climate scenarios, and so that can also be brought into that. The thing is, I'm not sure it can be brought in within your time frame of October of this year, but it is going forward, and we have done it in the past across Oregon, Washington, Arizona, and New Mexico.
Great, thanks. Others want to jump in on that?
The only thing I want to say is that Paul Hesberg approached me last week at the SAF conference and wants to do exactly what you're talking about with some of his work and integrating it with the pod networks that we're developing right now to look at what are those futures based on how we might respond to fire within these pod networks or fuels treatments. The answer to your question is it's uncertain. We know things are going to get hotter and generally drier, particularly in the summer, and that's going to exacerbate fire occurrence, particularly those that escape initial attack, because it really is that weather that drives that. And those sort of severe extreme fire weather conditions are increasingly common. And so the expectation is an increase. But there's some uncertainty as what that means for the landscape with integrating fire and forest management.
Yeah, sure. I think one thing I could say in terms of the forecasting, we understand from a water perspective the importance of that, and while we have limited data, we're trying to utilize what we've got to do exactly as you suggest, machine learning, to take what we have and relate it to characteristics of the landscape, and we've started to do that and push down the road of, okay, can we project where we are likely to see the types of changes we are, and if we can marry that with a more predictive wildfire model to indicate those locations where we're likely to see the types of things that I've shown. And so we're just at the front end of that, and so October won't work. But
No.
within the 5-year window, I think we'll get there.
If I could have a quick follow-up. No, my expectation is not to put you on a hot grill, though it feels like it, I'm sure. But I have experience from the Paradise Fire within our group of companies, where we had predictive models showing us what we should, for our company down there, what we should carry on reinsurance. We bought double, and it wasn't enough. And it was the best science that industry could provide with predictive miles, flame length, wind-driven models. It's kind of scary because it was probably a 1 in a 100-year event in reinsurance terms. It's not. It's not. So, I mean, I can tell you it's not, and the industry is going to react to that as well. So it's just if there's a public-private partnership with some of these models that can be figured out, or outreach, there's some amazing data and data scientists working on these sorts of things. Earthquake's been the one that's been the big focus in the Northwest for many years on the reinsurance side. It's shifting dramatically as we speak, but it might be something to look into. So, thank you.
Is me? Okay, thanks. This is mainly a comment, not a question. So, but if you want to respond to the comment, so I appreciate all this predictive modeling and what to do when we have a conflagration fire and where the spots are to do initial attack and backup lines and those kind of things. Appreciate the extension efforts to get the word out on the science and everything. But I sat in Portland last year at the command center as the state of Oregon's rep at the multi-agency coordination center. We would talk to the incident command teams every morning at 7 a.m. and they would tell us, this is what we need for critical resources to stop these conflagration fires in southern Oregon, well, throughout Oregon and Washington. We were not able to fill the critical resource orders for those fires. And the incident commanders would tell us, well, I'm going to lose this fire if I don't get these critical resources. We were competing with Canada. We were competing with the National Wildfire Coordination Center out of Boise because there was fires in Idaho and Montana and California. Those critical resources are hotshot crews, type 2 crews, retardant planes, all the stuff that we need to suppress these fires. And so those fires, a lot of them got bigger because we could not find the adequate resources to get to those incident commanders and address those fires. We had to prioritize fires. And if we're burning up homes, we're going to put a lot of resources into that effort. If the fire's in the wilderness area, we're going to probably take type 1 crews out of there and move them to areas where our model would say this is where we need to put that stuff. So you've got, a model that says, well, if I just had this line here, I can put this thing out. We couldn't get the hotshot crews there that could do the adequate burnouts and to prep the line so that we could do that. So I just want to make sure that that's a factor. We're going to probably discuss this in a suppression committee, but that is hugely important because we were just pulling our hair out trying to find critical resources. We were bringing in crews from Australia, overhead crews. We were bringing crews in from Florida to try to address these fires, and we still couldn't address some of these conflagrations. And the incident commander saying, you're taking my crews away from me. These fires are going to get bigger because we can't address that. So all the pre-planning and all this stuff, if we don't have adequate suppression facility resources to address these fires, that's a huge issue from my perspective.
So this is primarily a question for Chris and Janine, and it gets to the insurance issue here. So I just want to give you a little bit of context. 1973, before we initiated land use planning in the state of Oregon, we had 2 million people. Today we have 4.2 million people in the state of Oregon. We have 107,000 homes that we've held to be within the wildland urban interface zone, and we have $12.7 billion worth of assets in that wildland urban interface. Chris, when you think about your predictive modeling to be able to determine where you're going to do treatments, how does that asset class factor into the decisions about how to build resilience into those communities?
Communities are all resources. I mean, if we're talking about communities, there's another level of I guess, factors that play into the ability.
I didn't give a value for the timber resource or the fish and wildlife resources.
So what I didn't get to show and what was about the pod summarization, the pre-planning is really about, binning up your landscape or classifying portions of your landscape where you can make these priority decisions. Here we summarize risk, the expected net value change in, say, the wilderness, and it's going to have positive benefits from fire. So we don't need those critical resources for that wilderness fire versus those areas next to communities. So we can stratify that to some degree. There's some efficiencies issues that run in the fire management system it's very inefficient. There's a lot of gaming and a lot of problems that are internal in that needs to shift. There's a culture change needed there. There's a culture change needed outside. Daniel has some experience working with private landowners, Chris Chambers does, and there are these additional layers that need to be brought in to address the ability to triage and respond to individual homes to protect those. And then I didn't show some other maps about the exposure of various communities as well as the source of those exposures, which tend to be those lands adjacent and close. Did you want to add more? Daniel?
I think I mentioned this when I was presenting, that one of the limitations of the modeling approach is that there was a layer called where people live. And that where people live was based on a nighttime image of lights on. So if you have second homes and the lights off, it didn't get assessed. I think one of the directions with future modeling approaches is to get a better statewide structural data set. I know with the Intera effort where they're going in and community by community and actually looking at the actual risk assessment of a structure, if we had that statewide to inform some of these models, we would be so much better. And the thing is when you looked at that overall wildfire risk and you saw a benefit, you're not going to see a benefit if there's a structure there with somebody living in it. You've got to make sure that risk is minimized around that structure. So I just think we need to bring together the structural fire protection and the wildland fire protection and work off common data sets.
So Mark, I really appreciate your comments on getting assets to those fires. That Sherman County fire last summer, 81,000 acres in 3 days, and we couldn't get we couldn't get the support we needed, the air support, till the end of the second day, and it's just unbelievable how fast those fires move. It seems like we're talking a lot about defense. And when I look at the size of this problem, it strikes me we have to have a whole different level of thinking due to the size. So if Paul is even half right, what we learned at the last meeting is, we've burned 1.6 million acres in just 17 and 18. And of course, 92% of that was on federal lands. If you put $3,000 an acre on that, that's $5 billion. And we've put $1 billion toward firefighting costs, or roughly $6 billion in 2 years. If Paul's right, and we go 3 to 4 times, suddenly we have an $18 to $24 billion issue. Think about the biennial size of Oregon's budget. We don't have the support today to fight these things. 35 years ago at Oregon State, we were very involved in a substantial discussion. We watched federal timber harvests today down at 8%. So which means, we've got this huge mortality rate of timber in the federal forests, and 56% of that growth is staying there. Only an 8% harvest. It seems if we're going to tackle everything we talked about at the last meeting was thinning, harvest, and controlled burn. Can you guys address a heavy-handed offense that it's going to take to truly tackle the size of problem? I mean, we can have a little conversation, but what's the big one here? What do we really need to do?
I'm going to talk too long. Cut me off if it is, but that's exactly what we're trying to do. For decades we've been saying for every $10 we spend responding to the fire, if we could spend $1 up front being proactive on it, we might make a difference. And that was 40 years. We are making a difference. In Klamath and Lake County, we've been looking at tearing down from those statewide risk assessments, which we desperately need, and the research improvement, which we desperately need, but to apply it on the ground to make a difference on the ground now, in short order, with those treatments, working in partnerships, Forest Service, state, NRCS, Nature Conservancy, watershed councils. We put together a partnership in Klamath and Lake County, and we're starting on our 500,000th acre of project planning and hopefully implementation. But it's making the difference on the ground, to the subdivisions, to the homes, to the landscapes, top to bottom, ridge to ridge. The urgency is here now. We're putting money up front as a partnership proactively to make those treatments, public and private land, and we're making a difference.
From the social science perspective on this, I think that the big picture and the big conversation needs to include that social piece of the parts that, people in the state living in areas where they don't deal with this, and how are their perspectives impacting the ability to get those suppression resources to really tackle this problem on a large scale. I'm just thinking about the Eagle Creek fire and how that all of a sudden that became, for those people living in urban areas, at least from my perspective, it became something that was like, whoa, what's going on? It was there were not just fire effects on the ground, there were social effects from that fire. And I think that this big conversation has to include that as well. And I don't know exactly how that would happen, but there just needs to be a larger shift in how everybody views this issue, not just people living in fire-prone areas.
I agree with you, and I think we're trying to get our mind around the full cost of these fires. We've asked, a couple of us have asked the Federal Reserve for some help on what the multiplier effect is, so we can truly start from insurance to health to tourism to business. I don't think we fully understand the true cost of what we're doing here from a forest policy point of view.
I was just going to add a similar comment from my water biased perspective of things, is that in your cost accounting, I think a lot of folks take a deep breath once the fire's out and go, okay, it's over. But from my perspective, that's when all the issues begin, especially with these high severity wildfires. And as it showed, they can last for multiple decades. And we've seen, in terms of costs associated with that to communities, in terms of treating water of this nature, that can increase the cost 3 to 4 times. And those are dollars that go back to against the community and in your taxes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love seeing the cross collaboration on topics. I think that's so important. And one of the other colleagues of yours at OSU that I'd love to see you work more closely with is actually Javier, who's the dean of the public health school. And I have met with him and talked about the work that's happening here, and have encouraged him to reach out to the Department of Forestry, because there's such a crossover there. And OSU Extension and Extension Services is a great thing to take advantage of. I'd encourage continuing to look at that health spectrum and how that plays out into this, because while there's land and there's the economy, it is all because of humans. That's what's at the center here. And I think we just can't lose sight of that. I am very interested. I've talked to Paul about how we take some of his modeling, do some of that stuff here. I think from a health perspective, it's going to be hard for the Department of Environmental Quality and for the Oregon Health Authority to talk about doing the intense prescribed burning that keeps getting proposed unless we have really good models and data that show a few increased bad air quality days for prescribed burn is going to result in significant reduction in bad air quality days because of wildfire. And if we can't start to play that out, and we're going to have to do it in modeling, because we can't ask a bunch of people to go do a controlled study on this, right? And so how does OSU kind of partner with Wazoo and Paul and some of the work that he's doing? I think it's going to be really, really important, and we have to do it sooner rather than later.
Kicked off the
I'll just throw another voice in support of I just gonna call it the wildfire full cost accounting approach, because I think if this council comes up with a report in September that comes out to the public and says that it's going to cost us $10 or $15 billion or more to solve this problem, then we're likely to be laughed out of the room if we don't show the same number on the assets and community health and everything economics at risk, which will be 4 to 5, maybe 10 times that amount. Then it starts to actually look pretty reasonable what you've proposed. So I think we have to put that as one of our job number ones to come out of this, is to produce as honestly as we can that full cost accounting. Just a technical follow-up on yours, Chris, is one approach we've taken in Southwest Oregon in the Ashland area is to model the highest needs for restoration and then also integrate those with kind of your pod type approach, though not as sophisticated as yours, but we'll definitely be updating it. Do you have a methodology for integrating the resilient landscape piece with the suppression piece in the pod approach?
The answer in short is no, not yet. I think the Rogue Basin and you specifically is going to be that example of how we integrate that, one. And then two, working with Daniel on the Fremont Wine NEMA, we're also pushing that. But we've just held these workshops and are shifting the federal perspective on how we're going to deal with fire this spring. And so it's by this fire season we intend it to be ready and implementable, at least on federal lands and hopefully across boundaries. And then we can start layering in additional science and pieces that start to address some of these longer term concerns and the economic costs associated with that. So we have a long ways to go. We're just trying, right? You know, basically the way I look at it is the fire management system has relied on 100% success, or 98% we'll say, but they hope for 100% successful initial attack, and that is not going to be the case. It hasn't been for a while. It will not be. And just getting past that is a challenge right now because there's a lot of resistance that we can still go back to that. And therefore, we are sort of, in some way, creating catcher's mitt in a reactive way to move things forward because we have to catch fire now and then get ahead of the game by doing some restoration treatments. And I would suggest that the reliance purely on we're going to be a very successful initial attack as climate change continues to set in is that I guess it's a reactive effort as it is, but it's also that sort of old way of doing things that is failing us, and would be the concern that you have, I think, is that 100% suppression piece and success is exactly what you're talking about. And that's the question we have to get past, and the concern we have to get past.
Just holding.
We have time for one last question.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I spent a full day with a whole room of about 200 people down at the Deschutes County Fairgrounds last Thursday. We did a wildfire real-time simulation. Was anybody else in that room? I was trying to figure out if anybody else was there. There's somebody over here. Anyway, a couple real takeaways and then a question. The fires that did the most destruction, we had presenters from Paradise, Sonoma, Twisp. A couple takeaways were just sort of, ignoring, right, that it could happen. We're not doing that in this room, which is great. Low humidity, red flag days, knowing that there were wind forecasts, again, not getting everybody ready to go. The coordination that was really necessary between the entire region, the state, right, getting people ready to go and recognizing where it might happen before it does, because the most destruction was done between 6 and 8 hours. That was really striking. So that means now, not later, right? And finally, one of the things that we were looking at and was presented to us was a qualitative risk assessment for the Pacific Northwest by Rick Stratton, which is sort of where we started this discussion. Really recognizing wind patterns related to topography and then overlaying, right, the humidity and the weather forecast. Finally, so I wanted to ask that question, and the finally is like, how do we work as a state, right, local communities, state, and region in terms of communicating? Because we never know, right? There's a lightning storm, there are 5 starts, only 1 gets away. And then, oh, by the way, sort of on the Klamath Deschutes, and then, oh, by the way, there's one like in the middle of Bend that started too. And so, right, and so you have this back and forth, which Mark sort of alluded to, which is, in Bend, Mount Boucher was being threatened, but oh, there's the Eagle Creek fire, so boom, right? You move it, but that communication piece is so critical, and having all those agreements in that for planning. So that's a lot. But as we were talking about modeling, how is the work you're doing integrated with what Rick Stratton's doing? And how do we make sure, the bigger question is, how do we make sure that all this work that we're doing everywhere somehow gets integrated and put together, woven together? That's really why we're here.
I can answer that, is that Rick Stratton contracted to Joe Scott to create the quantitative risk assessment, which is everything I just used, right? I add to it to offer an operational perspective, because it does not consider that operational, that fire operations perspective. It's purely simulated expectations of fire benefits or losses, or the accumulation of both. So this is all the same data, and it's the same data that's in the Oregon Wildfire Explorer. So we have continuity there that we can make decisions and move forward on and refine over time. So we are directly embedded in what Rick was doing, and he's a collaborator on everything I do. So
thank you.
Is that?
Yeah.
And I think it's really key that we all rely on very similar data and create a decision framework and structure that is functional because of that.
Yeah.
Give it back.
Hey, Janine, you're gonna get the last
Just
word.
a comment on how you get the information out. The media.
Like when I look at those use statistics, it was all the news stations, the newspapers that went straight to the tool. They went to the advanced tool instead of the public tool, which was a little disappointing because it was kind of complicated, but they got it and they used it, and so it's amazing. I was kind of disappointed in that, well, we're not really using it for planning, we're using it for reactive, what's happening. And why is it happening, and where are other places at risk? So if we could address the media strategy to all this, that would be good too.
Anthony, can I just on that communication piece, so we are looking at, with OSU and the consortium and University of Oregon, looking at the role of journalists and the media in messaging about fire, before, during, after, whatever. And that communication piece, I think, needs to include that. You know, where are people getting their information during an incident, and how is it being portrayed, you know, just in the public. So we're looking at trying to figure out how to kind of handle that piece of it, because we think that the media and the journalists have a really huge role in how people are responding and reacting to incidents that happen.
So follow up to this dialogue here, getting back to Chris Chambers' question about getting to scale and this example we just had in Deschutes County. I want to give you a context, and I want to see the pod response to this. 1900, we had 900,000 acres of juniper. Today we have 7.7 versus possibly 7.8 million acres of juniper. So if there is a lightning strike just to the east of Bend in juniper country, what's your decision from a pod perspective about how to move forward with treatment?
To move forward with treatments?
Yeah. To let it go?
Excuse me?
Will you let the fire go to get to scale?
To get it to scale?
If it potentially could burn upwards of 1 to 2 million acres of juniper.
Well, I wouldn't expect a fire to get to 1.2 million acres. It can, but this is what we're talking about is assessing risk, and I don't know how the risk weighs in the landscape that you're talking about, so we'll keep it hypothetical and saying, okay, is it positive or negative? And then moving out to a boundary that has the highest likelihood of success and is safe for our responders to do that. And through that, you would prevent that 1.2 million acres from occurring. Now, it doesn't mean because of its proximity to Bend, the way you described it, that you wouldn't try to aggressively initial attack that. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about, in many respects, if that fire escapes your capacity, which it does often nowadays, where do you catch it with the most efficient and effective way possible?
Why would we want to capture it?
Why would we want to capture it? Well, there's a lot more than just juniper as an issue in the sage steppe, and that could be the sage grouse, that could be recreation opportunities, that could be homes, that could be grazing allotments. And so all that needs to be weighed in, and that's what gets summarized in a quantitative risk assessment. Now, fire is a very effective treatment at killing juniper in this case and preventing their continued expansion or their density that comes back. And so when possible, I think we're going to have to and should use fire.
I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up. But I think, and as the next group is preparing, I just want to say thank you. This was, I think, extremely helpful. OSU, very impressive. And I guess, and again, we can transition to the next committee, but I just would, in addition to saying thanks to OSU and the panel, I would just invite the council members. This is going to be an ongoing challenge for us, is to figure out how to most effectively use OSU to support our decisions. And so I would just ask you to take the time and shoot me emails, either now or after, and ask the question: are we talking about the right things in the right way with the right people? What questions do you want addressed? And so we'll try to make sure that we're, again, most effectively drawing information out of OSU. But Dr. Davis for a kickoff here. This is just fantastic, so thank you.
All the credit goes to them. Thank you.
Ken, just a moment. Would it be possible for Ken to get that microphone that had been loose?
How's that? A little better? All right. Again, my name is Kenneth Cummings, and I'm the chair of this suppression committee that is working for you. Before we get started, I would like to introduce Travis Medema is on the team with me here. He's Associate State Forester at Oregon Department of Forestry. And get this right, Mariano Ruiz Temple, get all the names in there, works with Jim Walker at the State Fire Marshal's office. They have been instrumental, as well as a whole team of other staff folks that I won't mention, in both organizations to get us through what we've been working on. Next slide. Today, as Matt talked about there on the marching orders from the council, is one of the things we would like to make sure we're clear on before we're done. And hopefully today present some information for you to share some understanding around some key concepts that we'd like you to know. And also get your input at the end of this. Really, this is a two-way conversation. Clearly, would love to have you answer or ask questions for clarification along the way, but at the end, really want to solicit your input. Next. We're going to quickly go through an update of where we are with the committee, give you some background on those key concepts, and then talk about basically where we want to end up in September with your input. So the group, let's see, again, just real quickly on my background, I work for a land management group in Southern Oregon. I've been a forester for about 42 years, growing trees in Oregon. It's been a lot of fun. This part of it isn't so much fun. We lost about 8,000 acres last summer in Southern Oregon on the ownerships that we manage. Pretty tough year. Another hat that I'm wearing, and the reason I'm connected with this group, is I also am chair of the Emergency Fire Costs Committee in the state of Oregon, which oversees the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. And that's a group that's authorized in statute and appointed through the Board of Forestry, which we have a couple members here today. So hopefully I don't screw any of this up and get fired, but they're definitely very connected to what we do. And this is a very, very meaningful and critical issue with the money that we spend on large fire costs. The membership of the group is quite diverse. We have some very highly experienced fire folks, landowners, watershed, conservation experts. We have a couple of county commissioners. One of them is here today with us from Curry County, Commissioner Boyce. Thanks for being here. We also have a member of the Oregon Wheat Commission talking, as we roll into this, talking about unprotected lands and what happens where there's no protection. So it's really a highly engaged group and going to be really helpful. We've met once, gone through a lot of the information that where we landed and what we're going to talk about today. And then there's a couple of on the calendar that Matt showed you. Below that were a bunch of our dates. We've tried to plug in between these meetings, getting us through August and to conclusion. We are working off of some work internally at the Department of Forestry with our past state forester, and I actually worked on an internal program review that the department does every 10 years in 2015 and 16. There's a lot of good work body there. The Secretary of State's audit in 2016 talks a lot about the Department of Forestry's capacity, organization, sustainability into the future. We'll draw from that, as well as other work that has been available that ODF's done internally. Next slide. So these are, I'm sorry if I'm in anybody's way here, these are some questions that we're using as a template to start the conversation, and we'll end here at the end. So you don't have to memorize these, but the 6 tenets that we kind of have organized around is the organizational strategy, is the complete and coordinated fire suppression system in Oregon positioned for success? Is the system sustainable both in the short term and long term? We've talked about 2019, but we've also talked about 5 years and 10 years, and where do we want to see ourselves? The funding structure. How do we have adequate funding? What is the appropriate funding model for Oregon's State Fire Marshal's Office? Because we are broadening this conversation. In the past, the conversations I've been involved with has really limited itself to the Department of Forestry. And now we are tackling both organizations from the community side and structure to wildland side. And then as we even broaden into Eastern Oregon, talking about unprotected lands. So that's quite a different complexity. Number 3, about our wildfire insurance policy, which I'll touch on here shortly. Where do we want to be with that? What's the optimal position to be? There's a lot of opinions about that. Jurisdiction, and how should Oregon approach unprotected lands? Number 5 is around the Bureau of Land Management, and we see them as partners because ODF protects a majority of their timbered land on the west side, particularly in Oregon. And so what's the future look like if they're not part of that picture? And then underneath that, the view of a single protection agency versus multiple agencies. And then the last one's U.S. Forest Service. You heard some of the conversation around the magnitude of the fires in the last couple of years and where the fire and the smoke came from, and the Forest Service being a different entity on the public side, and how to improve that partnership, because they are not a customer of the state of Oregon, but partners. And now I'm going to turn it over to Travis, and we're going to start to drill into some of the concepts that we talked about.
Thanks, Ken. Great to be here again with you all today. A pleasure to see everyone's smiling face, and really appreciate the energy and effort folks are doing and leaning into this. Chris, I really appreciated your question. You know, how do you scale up? And you know, Carol, yours too. What do we do as we look long term? And I go back to what Matt actually presented right off the very beginning, and that's what makes sense to me. It's really a 3-pronged approach as to how we deal with that. And that's, do we have an adequate suppression response? How are we treating our landscapes? And then how are we protecting our communities? Really the 3 tenets of the cohesive strategy, I think, is we look long-term to solving Oregon's problem around wildfire. We lean into those 3 very heavily. And so what we're doing today is we're focusing on one of those boxes. So that would be the suppression side of the box. So that's the charge of our group. But first, before we get there and show some slides around kind of where we're at and a gap analysis as to, you know, what we're thinking some of the challenges are initially, I really wanted to paint the picture of Oregon, because it's a very dynamic and complex situation as you think about wildfire protection from a suppression perspective in Oregon. So if you look at this map, you'll see a couple different things. One, you'll see these blue lines. So those blue lines are the Department of Forestry's fire protection responsibility. That's about 16 million acres of fire protection in the state of Oregon. 12 million of that is private lands. So a big chunk of our protection is private lands, and we provide that fire protection as a service to them. You'll see within these boundaries, and that's the white land is the Department of Forestry's protection. Within those boundaries, you'll also see green land. So that's the U.S. Forest Service land. So within our boundaries, we work cooperatively with the U.S. Forest Service, and that's all within our protection boundaries. If you look at some of the brown checkerboard out here, that's BLM, ONC lands. On the west side of the state, from the crest of the Cascades west, the Department of Forestry provides fire protection on those BLM, ONC lands, and that's about 2.3 million acres. As you look at boundaries outside of the Department of Forestry's protection in, say, Southeast Oregon, you have other organizations called Rangeland Fire Protection Associations. There's currently 23 of those out there. As you look to pinks and purples, those are federal agencies, so national parks, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and other organizations that provide fire protection. You look to the blue, those are structural fire protection districts and rural fire protection districts. So another entity that provides some level of wildfire protection in the state of Oregon. And then lastly, as I think about this map and the complexity of it, I think of the red pieces that are there. And that's some of the unprotected lands that we witnessed some pretty significant fires in last summer out in the wheat country, and then intermingled with some of the rangeland fire protection associations. So at the end of the day, there's about 8 or 9 different organizations that are providing wildfire protection in the state of Oregon. If you think about it and roll it up to that level, there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of common miles of boundary between all those organizations. So an immense amount of coordination is absolutely critical. And at the end of the day, these 8 or 9 different organizations all can have different missions, so different priorities in terms of how they respond, what they respond with, values around what's important in terms of resources, maybe timber or not. And at the end of the day, they're all funded differently. And so part of our challenge, and why I love to start with this, is this really paints a picture of what we're trying to talk about and what we're trying to address in the suppression work group. All right, so we wanted to give a little bit of an organizational background around the Department of Forestry and State Fire Marshal's Office, just so folks knew for that 16 million acres, kind of what our processes are, what our responses are, and what we do. And then we put together a really simple gap analysis. So looking at the different entities that provide wildfire protection and different funding sources where there may be gaps, and that likely drives the body of work of the suppression group. So for the Department of Forestry, on the forested landscape, about 31 million acres of Oregon is in forest land. That's total in Oregon of 63 million acres. So let's say half of Oregon is in a forested landscape. It's very diverse, as we know, that folks have traveled around. You go from the coastal strip, 120 inches of rain a year mark in Tillamook, over to remote eastern Oregon where you may get 8 inches of rain a year. So very diverse in terms of the conditions. So as I said, we protect 16 million acres, so that's about half of Oregon's forested landscape. And we've been around for 108 years. So this isn't our first year in fire protection. And the reason why the Department of Forestry was actually created in 1911 was really around fire protection. So at our core, at our root, that's why we were created, and that's Peter's primary mission as a state forester, right, boss? All right.
I'm paying attention.
So, and our drive, our mission on those 16 million acres, and it's important to understand, is really anchored into statutes and laws. That's what governs us. The great senators that were here today, they've set that for us. And really it's about minimizing resource loss. Those are private timberlands for the most part that have high value, whether it's to the communities through the economic side of the equation, or just the resources that they provide. And we do that through aggressive initial attack. So we try, and our goal is to go stop 98% of the fires at the smallest possible size. So that's an important piece about what's in the statute, what governs us, and what really drives the Department of Forestry. Partnerships are absolutely important. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles of intermingled ownership, so partnerships are absolutely critical. I love having our federal partners and BLM partners here, appreciate that, key cooperators with us. 3.5 million acres, that's 22% of our protection is in the wildland-urban interface. And as we know, that can be dynamic and that can be challenging, and that's when my good partner Mariana and I get to spend, and Jim, spend a lot of time together when we have fires near the wildland-urban interface. The Forest Service protects about 15 million acres. And again, fire knows none of these boundaries, right? We know that, we've seen that. It doesn't know community boundaries, it doesn't know property boundaries, it doesn't know the difference between U.S. Forest Service, private lands, state lands. It knows none of those boundaries. Yep. Hold on, go back one.
So,
here you
go. Sorry. 2 points on that last slide about breaking down the BLM and the Forest Service, just to be crystal clear. The BLM resides under the U.S. Department of the Interior, when you go back all the way to Washington, D.C. And the Forest Service resides under the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Two different structures, two different rulemaking, on and on. They're both federal lands in Oregon. So when we talk about federal lands in Oregon, it's not one big party. There is that break. And the BLM, the reason that's so critical is that when you focus, and I apologize for the scale of this map, we didn't have time to really come up with a better one, but particularly when you get down in here to Southern Oregon and go up the west side, every other square mile is public land, and the one next to it could be private, could be large, small, indifferent, who knows. Public, private, public, private. Because when they broke that up, a bunch of engineers that wanted to build a railroad, they just needed a straight line between the ownerships. And so on a map, that looks great. But in the real world, as Senator Bertrand talked about, it's extremely dynamic, very, very different. And so ODF, by contract, because the BLM has allowed shared standards for ODF to work on their property, we have had a historical agreement, and there's a 5-year agreement that's being put in place as we speak for the coming season and beyond that gets updated every few years. And basically, ODF provides the leadership on fire suppression for those public lands under the BLM's umbrella. The Forest Service has their own fire suppression program, their own service, and they are partners as things get close, but they clearly are under their own program. And so I just wanted to be really, really clear and making sure that is not a question in anybody's mind, because as we go forward and we talk about a lot of the gap and a lot of the things that we can or can't do, it's going to be regards to private land and the BLM's property in terms of what we might do different, but not necessarily what we would be doing on the Forest Service.
All right, good morning. I serve as the Chief Deputy State Fire Marshal, working directly for Chief Walker here. We have a quick question. Bobby?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on, you talked about the federal agencies, the Forest Service, the BLM, but there's one other agency that's important, that's the Bureau of Indian Affairs, who oversees all tribal trust lands.
Sorry, there's a perfect comment, and there's state lands and parks and the BIA, there's lots. It's just when people talk about federal, they tend to lump the Forest Service and the BLM together, and they don't understand the difference, and I just wanted to be real clear, but thank you for that addition to clarification.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And we'll talk a little bit about the Multi-Agency Coordination Center on the next slide, which BIA is one of our 10 partners on that as well. So again, I serve as the Chief Deputy State Fire Marshal with the Office of State Fire Marshal. I work directly for Chief Walker, and my piece in this is representing the communities and the structural fire protection. As Travis said, fire knows no boundaries. And so as state leads for what we call Emergency Support Function 4, which is firefighting, ODF and OSFM are partners in that in terms of response to wildfire in Oregon. So just to set the framework, the Office of State Fire Marshal, through our 11,000 firefighters in the state of Oregon, 7,000 of those being firefighters, to set volunteers to set perspective on capacity, responds to and protects all of the communities within the state of Oregon. What that means is within the 36 counties that we all live in, there's 314 fire districts, and in that slide that you saw, Mariah, if you could just quickly go back, those are those blue areas with the state within the state. So when we talk about protected and unprotected, there's also a section which we call underprotected. And so you guys all look at this and you might see yourselves in where that blue represents. A lot of those in the Sherman area, Wasco County area are red, and a lot of them are blue. And when we talk about rangelands, what that means is there might be a structural fire protection district. But what we know is that there's a large portion of croplands and rangelands and wheatlands in those associations. And so that is the conversation we're having about the partnership with the proper responses in those areas. Thank you, Mariah. So we have 314 fire protection districts in 36 counties. Our authorities, and I like to highlight this through the Oregon Conflagration Act, really is really silent on the words protected or unprotected. What this does is it mandates our office to respond to protect communities, structures, anywhere in the state. And so what that does is put on Chief Walker through the mobilization plan the ability to respond anywhere. And so we don't really ask those questions about, is it in a protected district? Where is it? And so when we see all of those colors up there, that is our authority and our responsibility to respond. We respond anywhere, so we also work with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and we respond on their lands as well. And that is not considered a conflagration, but just to set the stage is that we would respond in all areas of the state with a significant impact to structures. And then one thing I wanted to highlight, our friends from Oregon State talked about in Terra. That is something that we'll talk about a little bit later, but that really is that data set to show where all of us live and what the structural prep and triage conditions are and how that impacts maybe some of the strategies that we would be doing as an agency. Next slide. All right, so this is a good, what we're trying to do is unpack for you all the process for mobilization. And really I wanna highlight the first box up there. Speaking to what Mayor Russell brought up is how do we know who says, who's sending out the information? And then talking to what Mark was talking about with sitting on the MAC is there is a daily rhythm that all of our agencies are going through when we're in fire season. We're talking with the folks below us, meaning our districts and our fire departments. But there is 10 state agencies and federal agencies that sit on the Pacific Northwest Coordinating Group out of the Northwest Coordination Center. And that daily rhythm starts first thing when one of us wake up, all the way through our 7:30 morning call with our incident commanders, our 10 o'clock multi-agency coordination call, which prioritizes fires through the entire Northwest, to our 1300 exec call, to our 1600 call, to our 1630 call. I mean, there's many more. So just kind of setting that framework that is happening all day long in fire so that we are communicating BIA, BLM, ODF, USFS, our Washington state partners. That is happening throughout the day, our daily battle rhythm. What happens actually on the ground is, and I'll speak to the state fire marshal perspective because that is a little different than ODF, the incident begins. So Captain Connolly, I'll use you for example. She responds on conflagrations. She works for Bend Fire, but there might be a fire in Bend or around Bend. The incident responds. They then tap into their local mutual aid. So for Deschutes County, that might look like Redmond. That might look like ODF as cooperative agreements. And they might easily and quickly get depleted depending on the conditions. So then they're now into the blue line here where they have exceeded not only their local capabilities, but they're also their existing mutual aid. That's when they call the Office of State Fire Marshal through Chief Walker, working with the governor's office to invoke what we call the Conflagration Act. So for those of you that have been on fires and you wonder why you see the city of Portland or the city of Bend or Jackson 3, depending on where you live in the state, this is called the Conflagration Act, and this is how we mobilize for the protection of communities in Oregon. A lot of times this whole conversation is happening probably within 6 minutes. Chief Walker and I have gotten approvals through the governor's office within 6 minutes. So that happens very quickly. And then I want to highlight the last piece. So once we receive the approval for Conflagration Act, then we mobilize resources from around the state. And what I would say in that is when we bring those resources in, we're really talking about capacity, and you'll start seeing those in the next slides, is that in Oregon, and Mark highlighted this with the PL5 and what resources are available. In Oregon, your Oregon Fire Service has 11,000 firefighters, again, 7,000 of those being volunteers. And what that means is that, and sometimes the conditions that we're seeing, the larger fires that we're seeing requires us to bring in resources from out of state. That's what we use under the Emergency Assistance Compact. And we have not had to use that historically, but you'll see the trend lines ticking up. And for the first time for the Chetco Bar fire, we had to bring resources from out of state in. So that is now something that's a new tool in our toolbox because we can't continue to send our firefighters from fire to fire to fire. And just the stress that has on our firefighters alone. So you'll see that we're adding that. So we bring in firefighters from Washington and California under the Emergency Assistance Compact. Travis?
So very similar on the wildland side of the equation for us is incident begins. We're in all these conversations daily. an incident begins. That could be a human start, that could be a wide-scale lightning storm, a fire begins. The first thing that happens is the local initial attack folks roll out. So across the state, we have about 220 engines, a bunch of bulldozers, and other local resources that respond immediately as soon as a call's into 911, a lookout reports a fire, the local public calls in a fire. So those resources roll immediately out the door within minutes if they're not already out. So then we do a local initial attack. So they continue to add resources as the complexity of the incident grows. So more engines may come in from other parts of a district. And then if still it doesn't appear that we will be able to catch that fire, we add in additional aviation assets. And so you'll see this green line right here, I've called it severity. We have a unique partnership between the state of Oregon and forest landowners that fund some aircraft, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. There's about 30 aircraft. And those immediately respond with the first responders. So as engines are going out, people get on scene, they say it's 1 acre, it's 10 acre, we're not going to be able to catch it, aircraft are going. When we're at really critical times, a lot of times those aircraft go as soon as there's a report of an incident. So if it's in the middle of August, conditions are horrible, those aircraft will immediately roll with the first responders. Once that's depleted, we then go to adjoining districts, so reach out to our neighbors. We go to our cooperators, so Forest Service, BLM often. And then if we're still not successful in stopping that fire, then we go outside the geographic region. So we'll look to other places outside of Oregon on large-scale incidents. So we have agreements and partnerships with all of the other states. So we've brought people in from all over the country. And still, if we're not able, we mobilize what we call an IMT, and that's an incident management team. So when a fire reaches a certain complexity, it requires a certain management structure to deal with that. The Department of Forestry, we have 3 incident management teams along with the state fire marshal, and oftentimes if it's a fire in our jurisdiction and it's close to homes, we jointly respond, we jointly train together. And this has been one of the challenging things for us, is being able to maintain 3 incident management teams, and we'll talk a little bit about that and what that requires. For us to roll an incident management team out the door, it's about 90 people and all the equipment to set up a small city in 6 hours. So a kitchen, showers, everything you need to set up a small city to keep 1,000 to 2,000 firefighters fed and safe. Again, just before we go, highlight why those 2 slides are green, or those 3 slots are green. Those are generally different funding sources, and we'll talk a little bit more about funding at our next meeting, but just to set the stage, as the complexity goes up, so does the response, so does the complexity in funding. So, and we'll get to that. So I'll start with this, and I think this is going to be a joint 3-way conversation. We initially, when we first met with the group 2 weeks ago, this got pretty complex. As you look at all the different responders, you look at the jurisdictions, and I appreciate, Bobby, the BIA piece, because we do protect lands up in Umatilla County and in other places, so I appreciate that. It got pretty complex, and it was hard for our subcommittee to really understand. And so we tried to put together just a simple gap analysis as a thought, as a way to work through a framework of where the work group may focus our efforts. And this is really where we're looking for some feedback on our last 6 bullets that we'll get to at the very end. So just as an example, how this matrix is set up and what we plan to do with the work group. If you take the Oregon Department of Forestry up front, that first line in that first box where it says base level of protection, that's that engine that I was talking about when there was an incident that rolls out the door. And so as we've thought about that, and I'll show you some more slides, we colored that as orange. So coverage exists, we have 220 engines, but is that the right number for the increased fire trends? So as a way to think through where investments or where gaps may exist for the work group. If you look at severity or air tankers, you'll see a green box. So like I said, we have aircraft that respond. Those are all contracted aircraft that respond to fires. If we were asked, i.e. the Department of Forestry was asked to go provide aircraft on wheatland fires, maybe more aircraft would need to be added. So it's just a way to think through where the gaps are and policy choices of this group and the council around, if we say that this is a priority for the state of Oregon, where may we have to look that it would create gaps. If you look at large fire, Ken, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Another brief example, we'll bring up the insurance conversation here, would be under large fire that's yellow. The idea there being that we have coverage, but maybe that needs improvement. Just to be a little deeper dive here real quick, the insurance policy we have for the state of Oregon is focused on large fire costs. It comes under the purview of the group that I sit on, that we look at audits on fires and we pay the bills and so forth. And the way that's structured currently is it is a policy between underwriters at Lloyd's of London and the state of Oregon. It's a $25 million policy in excess of $50 million. So when we spend $50 million across the state of Oregon, regardless, and we'll get to a lot of those details the next time we meet, then that policy is available to us. And we have about a 35-year history with, or more, with Lloyd's of London, and we have paid premiums into that, and they have paid out of that. Over a couple of years, in 14 and 15, we burned the house down and we had full claims. Those were very, very difficult conversations. I've been to London 4 out of the last 5 times that we've gone, and I actually was the one sitting across the table saying the first time, this will never happen again. The second year I went there was not a pleasant conversation. They are long-term partners. They're very, very astute business people, but they also are in the insurance business. And it's been a great relationship. Landowners and the state of Oregon have been side by side with that. It's been a huge success, but it's something to think about in terms of being rightly related to arguably one of the most powerful financial institutions in the world, with a relationship of one of a kind in the world, because no one else has a policy like this anywhere. Do you just walk away from that because it costs a lot of money? Should you change that to be more robust? Should it cover broader dimensions? How do people look at that? Should you be self-insured? There's a lot of experts in the room. Those are conversations we hope to be able to have and bring you more detail about that. But that's what's going on in that kind of an area in that box. It's maybe status quo is the right answer, and maybe there's something different we want to consider. So there's just some more detail about that in the background without spending too much time. Thanks.
So maybe another example, I'll take unprotected lands. And so what we learned, I think, from the wheat field fires and the stubble field fire out of this last fire season is that, you know, landowners are helping landowners, and landowners are out there providing some level of fire protection. But from a kind of organized, professional fire protection level, no coverage exists. One of the charges of the council is to look at underprotected lands and unprotected lands. And so in this matrix that plans our work for the future, that would be an area that we would look at. So if no coverage exists, what would be some options or some alternatives in terms of a gap analysis? And those would be recommendations that we would bring back to the council to discuss and get support of. Same thing with severity aircraft. You know, if single engine air tankers, the small air tankers are what's needed, whether it's in rangeland fire protection associations or out in the wheat fields, you know, what's the best organization to do that? And because currently there's no coverage, and I'll show a picture of that. So anyway, just wanted to kind of frame this up as a gap analysis that we're looking at to start the conversation and get input from the council around where we should focus our work over the 6 kind of key bullets. Last one.
All right, and just to speak to the Office of State Fire Marshal / Fire Service, so the base Additional response, which we call mutual aid, and large fire, all come from the same pool of individuals. Again, that's the Oregon Fire Service. So in our office, we have about 67 FTE. So certainly not us, but we're the ones that support all of them and mobilize. So in terms of the coverage exists but needs improvement, that's a consideration that our suppression working group will have in terms of how our firefighters respond. Do we need more infrastructure within the Office of State Fire Marshal to support that, or externally, or different methods and models? That's something that the suppression working group will be looking at. Severity is that mutual aid response. So if you live in areas where you might be in unprotected or underprotected, that is the mutual aid resources that are coming in to assist your local communities. So again, it's coming from the same pool of firefighters. Large fire, again, the same thing, right? So this is, in terms of the structural piece, this is a large conversation that we're going to be having. The legal framework is red because the Conflagration Act speaks to what we're required to do and how we do that through the MO plan, but it does not have specific language on funding or budget or responsibility to report out. And so we felt that that might be something that we need to highlight from a red perspective to make sure that we're having those conversations and highlighting those needs. So, and then just to speak to the rural fire districts, they're green. That doesn't mean that everyone's in the green, but it means holistically around the state. Those are things that us as the communities that vote on those bonds or have fire protection, that's our say in it. So definitely on the state fire marshal, red and yellow. Next slide, Maria.
All right, so again, around this gap analysis, we wanted to maybe just kind of paint the picture a little bit around different materials that may highlight trends as we think about future trends and where there may be gaps. Again, just as a teaser to the council around materials we could bring back to discuss. So we'll look at some fire trend lines. We'll look at what I would call key performance indicators. So how are we doing in terms of our missions? We'll look at statewide air assets just to help paint the picture of what that looks like in Oregon. And then we'll talk a little bit about workload. So pretty simple chart here, not really. So what this paints is 3 decades of acres burned. So this left axis is acres burned. Timeline is on the right, so it goes back to 1989. This red line is a trend, so out to 2019, you can see the trend every decade since I've been in this business, which is 25 years, and I've witnessed it. Things have continually gotten worse, and so just want to be really clear, this is just a trend line out after 2019, and we just continued it on, but clearly I think it's part of the reason why we're all in this room, right? We've all experienced it, we've all witnessed it. The intensity, the losses, the cost exponentially have increased, at least over the last 3 decades. So as that trend line has gone up, the green line is the Oregon Department of Forestry staffing level. So again, back to a gap analysis, pretty clear when I looked at this that, a gap may exist in terms of trend lines and in terms of capacity as we look at an increased workload, right to Mark Labhart's comment. So if you go back to 1989, we were at 870. They call it FTE, full-time equivalent. That's a mix of permanent and seasonal staff. Today, when we did our budget presentation, I believe we were at 868 or 867. So staffing has been flat. Complexity significantly increasing and workload increasing. Before I leave this, I do want to highlight that this capacity, that FTE, is all Department of Forestry employees. So within all position descriptions in the department, it says you will have some role in fire. And so when we looked at that last slide and we said an incident management team is heading out the door, those 90 people, that's people that don't always work in fire. So it might be somebody out planting trees in Astoria in our state forest division that when the bell goes off that evening, they're driving down to Medford to be on one of the incident management teams. So this is our full-time equivalent. This is not just fire. So that's the total agency. And again, all people in the organization are expected to, and in our position descriptions, participate in fire in some way, shape, or form. So this is another key performance indicator that I like to show. So on the left axis, this is millions of dollars spent. On the right axis, or the bottom axis, it's the effectiveness we have at keeping fires at 10 acres or less. So again, this speaks to, again, as you look at that mobilization slide, those engines go out the door, helicopters leave. If they can catch a fire at 10 acres, 98% of the time, you can look at our costs. We're under $10 million. You can look at the years when we're at 93% and 94% of fires. So more fires escape initial attack, grow large, get costly, makes a lot of sense. If you look at that, that's 4 out of the last 6 years. So again, back to the trend line of increasing workload, increasing cost, increasing loss. So just paints a picture, but also gives us an opportunity to look at a gap and kind of a rate of return on investment. If you made an investment to get from 94 to 95, does that make sense, and something that we'll be looking at and talking with the suppression work group. So again, just another tool to kind of paint the picture of effectiveness and a key performance indicator. So I, in the gap analysis, talked a little bit about aircraft. So the department has 30 aircraft that we either contract for. We own 1 aircraft, and an association owns 1 aircraft. The rest of them we contract with through private vendors. They range from little helicopters to bigger helicopters, from little air tankers to bigger air tankers. And so these are pre-positioned across the state. And you'll notice on that first map that I showed where the Department of Forestry's protection is. So these lands here and out into northeast Oregon is where that 16 million acres is that we provide fire protection on. And the reason I put this slide up is to show potential gaps. So as we think about the effectiveness of those aircraft, so those circles show how effective in terms of response an aircraft can be to catch a fire at initial attack. It shows that there are some gaps as you think about the entire state. You look up to the wheat country, and last year there's a gap there. And so as we're thinking about a gap analysis and we're thinking about opportunities, this just helps kind of drive us in terms of if we were to make investments, where would we make investments, and how would we pay for those investments? So again, just paint the picture of there are assets, they're moved around daily. There's a call every day that they get pre-positioned to the highest areas. But based off Department of Forestry's assets, there are gaps. This does not show federal aircraft. The BLM has quite a few assets down in the southeast. The Forest Service brings a lot of assets into Medford and also into Redmond, and into LeGrand. So there are other assets out there. Generally, those are national assets, so they can be moved around through the group that Mark and Mariana talked about. When Mark said they were short, they didn't have them, that's because they were moved to another state. These aircraft are Department of Forestry controlled, so they do not leave the state unless Peter tells me to make them leave the state, so under our control. So the last one, and this is, again, as we talk about workload, and Mariana's gonna do a slide on workload also. This was highlighted in a Secretary of State audit that the department had. And 2 things going on here. One is it talks about the blue represents regular hours. So these are hours worked, coded for employees, and then yellow is overtime for employees. The regular hours have increased 2,611 hours. If you look from 2013 on, that's equivalent of about 15 full bodies in humans. If you look at overtime hours, it's increased over 6,500, and that's the equivalent of about 36 people. So shows significant increased workload in terms of people out. Exposure is what I lose sleep over at night. with that many hours and people working out there. And this is just the represented fire folks. This does not include any of our management service folks. None of that's calculated into it. So just the people out on the fire lines doing the work.
So another way to say that is that they're getting the same amount of work done with the core group every year as if they had 55 more people on staff, and they don't.
Next one.
All right. So I guess the difference I would say in this slide is going to show you hours mobilized, again, because ODF, they actually have the personnel internal to respond. Most of these hours are going to represent our fire service. So what you can see on this slide is 15 years worth of data. The blue line does the general trend line, but what you can see in 2013 over the last 5 years is a significant amount of fire. So hours translates to fire. The types of fires we're responding to, the amount. This year we had 11 conflagrations. That's the largest fire season for us, the most that we've ever responded to. And what I'd like to highlight here is similar to ODF. When fire season hits, which is pretty much all year round these days, our number one priority is fire. Our 67 FTE have it in their position descriptions also to support that. But what I would say is there's a lot of data behind this, meaning that at one point our office had 80 FTE. We are now down to 67 FTE. Those individuals are the ones that work in the Agency Operations Center, calling the fire service, helping prioritize our agency's response, and mobilizing them. So we've actually gone down in FTE in support of more fires within all of our communities. What represents the data point for funding is behind this. Just in the last 2 years, our response cost was $30 million. Our biennial budget for fire is $500,000. So again, that's part of that red line, and that's just for protection of communities. So again, increase in expectation for response costs budget is $500,000. That is other data sets that we've given to our suppression working group to consider. The 5-year average is 8.3. If you look at 2003, we were probably around 1 million in terms of what we used to respond to. So that has increased as well. And then just some items that I like to leave as we kind of chew through what does this mean to all of us that sit in this room is that we heard some good data points. One thing that I like to think through is one thing that I've heard is for every day of fire, it's a full year for recovery. And I think we heard somebody from OSU say that. So what does that mean to all of us, whether that's in our homes, in response, the effect to the communities and the businesses. So it's not just in hours, it's not just in response, it really is that multiplier. And that I think, Travis, you did a good job explaining that 15 times 15 for suppression in terms of the multiplier of the true cost to all of us. So this is just our hours, but behind it is a lot of data in terms of what it costs for us as communities and for all of you guys who live in those communities.
Maybe just one piece on that. At our first suppression working group meeting, I put up a slide, and we'll bring it to this next council meeting that shows our suppression cost over time. And there's multiple studies out there, but studies would show that it's anywhere between 2 and 30x your suppression cost. And so if we look at the Department of Forestry suppression cost in this last year, $100 million, put a 15 or 20x multiplier on that as a true cost of wildfire, and easily we're into the billions every year when we have fire seasons, just in terms of the true cost. And I've got a slide that I'll bring to this group at the next presentation, and we'll talk through what the true cost of wildfire is a little bit more. Ken, I think you're going to take us home, aren't you?
Last slide, right.
All right, thank you.
So I know we used up most of our time, but we really do covet your feedback, questions, comments, and certainly through lunch and written down later. But if there's anything right now that we touched on that people want to, yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, it's a question I have. You've got some 800 and some FTEs at the state level. Has the makeup of that crew shifted? Are you doing more supervision? Or are you more administrative? What are you more on the ground? What's the makeup of those FTEs?
I'm going to put an expert on that one.
We can bring you that data, Alan. You know, my perspective and my sense, 25 years in the organization, is we haven't fundamentally shifted major programs. We've gone down in some programs a little bit. Recently, we went through some reductions in our state forest division, so we're down in our state forest division. We may be up in fire a little bit. But in terms of the blend of permanent and seasonal firefighters, we're pretty much about the same. Maybe a little uptick in the seasonal firefighters, but nothing that would really stand out where we've eliminated a program or significantly added another program.
Thank you.
Yep.
You might mention the retirees too. I mean, that's a hidden.
Right. Yeah. Every summer, it really it draws the demand to the department, where a lot of the folks that have retired have such huge institutional knowledge. A lot of them are willing to come back and help. One of my observations last summer for the department in Southern Oregon, because there was so much fire on the landscape and they were so spread out, is that trying to field 3 teams and to try to have that depth on the bench of all the jobs that need to be taking place, they were finding themselves shorthanded in that middle management class. So we're seeing the aging of America. We have older people that have left, and they are willing to come back like Mark and help, and that's awesome. But sometimes there's just less of them. And then there's a lot of younger people that have just gotten jobs, but they don't have 10, 15, and 25 years of fire experience to really make those calls and be part of these interagency teams and work in big fire. And so it's going to be not only an organizational challenge from a capacity point of view, it's a training over time point of view as well. It's going to have to happen. Yes?
I guess if you could flip back to one of those overheads that, or PowerPoint, that the one with the green bars and the yellow bars and the red.
Sure, right there.
No, further back. That one right there.
Oh, yeah, that matrix.
I guess there's several areas as we look at it there that's really a concern, those that you've already pre-identified with the question marks. But then when we get to the Rangeland Fire Association, speaking from Eastern Oregon, they're great on initial attack. They dump plenty of resources into it. And but then once it goes from that type 3, type 4, they're having a struggle. And, you know, and it also goes to the rural fire districts. It's a lot different if you're TV Tualatin Valley or if you're Unity. You know, I happen to be part of the Unity Fire Department district, and we have a big we have actually 200 square miles of territory for about 20 people. And so that really could be, I guess, yellow there, or actually it's red. Mm-hmm. You know, they have the legal responsibility, but they actually have no one. And bringing someone alongside the RFPAs, and, you know, in speaking to my colleagues in Morrow and Sherman counties as commissioners, that was a big thing. And maybe a rural structural district, but it isn't a large incident. The skill set just isn't there. And when you go to the other one, the initial one of those that had all the pictures, you get to Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon, and you get to the Northern Central Oregon, I guess, it really isn't included in anybody's, it's there, but it's not really there. And having that person that can jump in a pickup and drive to Jordan Valley, I mean, the BLM funded a few positions, and now I understand because of cutbacks that they're going to lose those RFPA coordinators in some areas, or potentially. So if we're not careful, we've created a really great movie set that we can look and say, everything is now covered, but really the depth isn't there. And with your inadequate staffing, you can't say, well, we'll send somebody out of Prineville to go there because there's a hole there, whether the fire marshal or ODF. And I believe that an outgrowth from this is really critical in order to address that, because we will still have more wheat field fires that Carla's brought up. We will have more sage grouse territory burned. And, you know, I also sit on the Governor's Sage Grouse Council, and one of the biggest priorities that the governor has established, and we of course are right along with it, is the protection of habitat. And you can't protect it if you don't have anybody there to go protect it. And if the incident goes beyond 5 or 6 hours, the ranchers are starting to get stressed, or the rural fire district is stressed. And, you know, without one of your two agencies that can come alongside and say, maybe if you did this, or maybe if you did that, or you guys are really in an unsafe condition, we're 7,000 people, and I don't even know how many in the RFPAs, they're all volunteers, and they aren't, you know, it's just an unrealistic expectation if we're going to continue to keep getting that high initial attack down. If you send them out there on a fire forever, and whether it be in Sherman County or in Harney County, and they're worn out, then the next initial attack is going to get away. And, you know, somebody may get burned up. So I don't know whether, I guess I'm posing an editorial statement here, not necessarily a question, but it's a concern.
Yeah.
So, Mariana?
And Commissioner, I would, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I might just say, I think rather than kind of addressing the issues right now, I think from a kind of a process standpoint, what we're trying to do is kind of capture what are the key questions from the council members that our report and recommendation will consider. So, and that's exactly the kind of input we're looking for with the question around jurisdiction and so forth. Can we possibly go to the final slide there? Yeah. I guess before lunch, a couple of questions for the council members. Number one is, you know, this was our list of 6 questions that we identified or issues. You know, is this the right 6? Are there, you know, additional, what kind of emphasis, you know, how would we rate the importance? And then specifically on the 6th question around the Forest Service, I think it's perhaps the least defined of the 6. In other words, it's kind of the most open-ended question around, you know, how should we be thinking about the Forest Service? Are there any specific questions that the council wants addressed with regard to our strategy vis-a-vis the Forest Service? So that's...
Yep. Yeah, we've all got questions in this corner.
So I don't know if this question belongs here or within another committee, but the biggest thing I'm sitting here thinking is how broken our sustainability model is. So we've got 31 million acres in forests in the state of Oregon out of a total of 62 million acres. And we all recognize the costs are going to go up and up and up with these fire trends, but our revenue model hasn't matched that over the last 30, 35 years. And I've spent my life in sustainable agriculture, and this sustainability model is so out of whack. We're addressing the cost side, but we're not addressing the income side. And I don't know where this gets addressed in our discussion, but I want to be sure it is addressed because I think we all recognize there's not enough taxes out, or taxpayers or capacity out here to deal with this if we don't adequately recognize what an unbelievable natural resource we're sitting on and really question, you know, Mary, what do we need to do at the federal level? What sustainability changes do we genuinely need to advocate for to address this?
So Carla, that is going to be addressed by the mitigation committee.
Okay.
So which we're going to hear from right after lunch. I do think there's a sustainability question around the funding, on the suppression, and it's kind of the question between how much does the general fund versus the private landowners and so forth. So there is a sustainability question here, but I think what you're getting at is a little bit more on the mitigation committee. Curtis?
Matt, I think we'll just whip around here. So in the organizational strategy piece, as a sort of an outsider but a longtime Oregonian, I look at this agenda. It looks a lot like tweaking around the status quo. And earlier to Carla's question about what the offense would look like, I wonder if you couldn't also address in organizational strategy the questions of how you shift from a more reactive suppression model to something that's more adaptable, that we're going to be living with fire for the next 50 or 100 or however long it is. How do we get used to that, and what's that look like from an organizational perspective?
So Curtis, again, that's going to be, a lot of that's going to be addressed in the mitigation committee, and what the cohesive strategy introduced at the beginning, what it really does talk about is the interplay between the two. So,
okay,
to the extent you are addressing more preventatively on mitigation, then you
Great. I was thinking about suppression, but maybe that's mitigation. And then finally, on the U.S. Forest Service question, I do think this sort of what models of shared governance are possible would be an interesting addition for the task force, for the work group committee. Yeah.
Mine were, yeah, I mean, I was not on track necessarily with Matt's last question, but I was on the same slide that Mark was talking about where you had the gap analysis. I think it'd be helpful to take that further, because it strikes me that some of the things you coded yellow might be more important than the things you coded red.
It's a start of a conversation.
Yeah, but so I'm just giving you feedback, right? To take that a little bit further, to give a little bit more priority to where you all think that the key issues are. And I also just wanted to add one sort of additional point that I think relates to Alan's comment and your response, Travis, that certainly on the ODF side, while you haven't noticed much change in personnel, there's no question that with the increased staff allocation to fighting fires and the overtime fires, that the other program of work that ODF has suffers. And that, I think, is multiplied multiple times in the Forest Service, where they actually have seen on the east side, 65% reduction in staff, most of that shifting over to fire, all other programs of work really taking it in the shorts. Right. So those are other aspects that we need to grapple with.
Right. Yeah.
So, Mary, could you tell us a little bit further about what you and the senator have done on the Forest Service modification of its budget? A dramatic shift has occurred that may have some impact here that we need to talk about.
Russ, I'd like to actually build on a little bit of what Carla and Curtis were saying, because I think we have not seen it. I think everybody we've talked about, but now that we have fire borrowing, the fix in, it will actually start in 2020, which should really get to, we're not raiding the prevention fund. Those employees will be out laying out timber sales, we hope, in the fall, instead of having to refill their budgets back from what they've spent in fire. But I'd actually like to add, I would encourage this group to add a little bit, because I do think there's something important in the messaging about suppression. And I really appreciate what you were saying, and Ken, thank you for the Western Oregon, the ONC land, the clarification of that. But the intent, the suppression criteria that ODF actually, reaches and is proud, we're all proud of it, we are. I think that, as Mark was saying, we have resource limitations, we have, smoke limitations where you can't fly the aircraft. We've got all of we have other things that we run into, and I think that the messaging is important, because I'm somewhat protective. I think often our federal employees may get the short shrift because they're not meeting the same standards. So I think we all know a whole lot about what we need to do to improve the sustainability, and we probably need to be developing an industry that's going to take care of some of these some of this stuff that a lot of people haven't wanted. But I would encourage in the messaging this to be a coordinated, we have federal, private, state, tribal, I don't know where parks fit, but I would encourage you to add messaging to this.
Totally appreciate that. And one of the things I'll leave you with is that in our group, what I hope to bring, we all hope to bring, and that you would endorse, are not only recommendations at the end of the day around many of these subjects, but I would like to see actionable items, A, B, and C, underneath that global recommendation about how we deal with unprotected lands. And this is something you can do. This is something else you can do. And this is a broad group across Oregon's entire community landscape to go out from here back to the governor to say, these are actionable items that make a lot of sense to us to move us forward in that particular regard. And so if that can stick with you and think about that's the kind of thing I think that'll make a difference. Not just a global recommendation, I wish life was better. I do too. I wish we could get there, but fire is part of what we're going to deal with. This landscape is what we own. Until we can make some meaningful changes and build defensible space, it's still going to burn. So, question?
Yeah. During the presentation, you talked a lot about and kind of highlighted and did highlight the your FTEs, how many employees you have, and how that line is just a straight line. And so I guess my question is, are other state agencies working fire also?
Excellent point. And so these are to capture that kind of idea. There's 12 natural resource agencies in the state of Oregon. Under Peter's direction, under 477, it says his primary mission is fire suppression. And number 2 in 477 still says that wildfire is a nuisance. So while those laws are on the books, that's what his group does. Every one of them has that in their DNA and in their job description. An easy change. And the senator's gone and there's nobody else in the room, but that group makes the law. And one of the recommendations could be we could change the construct for all natural resource groups in the state of Oregon to have fire in their job description. And part of these teams, they need back office finance people. They need all kinds of structural support from maybe the fire marshal's office to whatever. They don't have to be frontline firefighters, but they could be educated and trained over time to support those teams when the bell goes over the top. Those are reasonable and actionable items that somebody could deal with, and that is a stroke of a pen and some training over the next 5 years. But that would be exactly what we're talking about in terms of what are some solutions here? Do we have to actually change this organization and double the size of it? That might be a goal, but a way to get to part of that would be to take people that are already Oregon employees in the state of Oregon and ask them to participate over time, something like that. Great question, though.
Chris?
Great observation.
Oops.
Mark.
So I know we're out of time, but two quick points. I want you to know, and I'm going to blow smoke up Senator Wyden here, but if it wasn't for Senator Wyden's bill, we'd really be in big trouble right now. So he deserves a huge amount of credit for getting that bill through Congress to provide that funding for the federal agencies, in particular the Forest Service. That people do not realize how big a deal that is. It's huge. So now we can do a lot of the pre-stuff because of that fire prevention, the prescribed burning, the thinnings, that more of that will happen now as a direct result of Senator Wyden's work. So that's one comment. So one thing I think is being left out here that is talked about. There was one day last year, I remember in particular, there was 100 fires going on in Southern Oregon, 100 fires, all across the landscape. There was fires all over the rest of the state. The UTFs, which is unable to fill, there was a request for 100 20-person crews. We weren't able to fill any of those because there was no contract crews out there. It's a complete and coordinated system. It's the Forest Service, it's the BLM, it's the tribe, it's the fire marshal's office. They needed the 20-person crews. The Forest Service needed 20. We were not able to fill that. That is a suppression strategy that is extremely important. We do not have enough contract crews out there. We do not have enough helicopters. And that needs to be part of this complete and coordinated system. It doesn't matter whether ODF's using them or the Forest Service is using them. They all need those experienced professional firefighters. And we need to do a better job of addressing that in the suppression task force.
One of the members on the committee is Mike Wheelock, who runs Grayback Forestry, one of the largest organizations in the West in terms of people. So those are the kinds of things, from firefighter safety to how do you do the training to how do you build that capacity. We'll definitely have some input on that.
One last question or comment from Chris.
Echo Mark's comments on the contract crews. I'd like to see that worked into the ODF budget discussion. The FTEs are expensive, and I'm shooting myself in the foot because I am a government employee, but I'm well aware of the increasing costs for government employees. So looking at contracted resources would definitely be worth our time. I'd like to see more information on that. Also for Mariana, how do just thoughts for next time, how does the FMAG program fill some of the gap at the State Fire Marshal's office? And just a description of that for everybody here so they understand what that is. And then the link to this morning's discussion, how are we collaboratively putting together suppression resources, or are we in a way that addresses the quantified risk assessment mapping that we saw earlier, so that we're addressing the highest risk areas with the biggest risk for assets in our suppression response?
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to turn it over to John here in a second for just lunch logistics. This is and I kind of regret shutting down. This is, it's great to see the level of interest and engagement. Let me just suggest, as we did with the OSU discussion, if you have any further questions, follow-up, input, feedback, just send those on to me, and I'll be sure to work with the committee to get those incorporated. So this is a great start. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, folks. John Audley. Just quick logistics on lunch. Through those doors is a small room. There are sandwiches and I'm sorry for the audience because we don't have enough food for the council members. So head that way. If we originally scheduled 30 minutes, is it?
Yeah, let's start back here at 1 o'clock.
All right, 1 o'clock. And then for anybody involved in the Adaptation and Recovery Committee, the one that we're not going to talk about today, if you would come over here after you grab your lunch so we can start to get organized, that would be immensely helpful. Anything else? Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Invite everyone to rejoin us.
Good to see you. I wasn't, but I caught you right.
Hello? Hello? Okay.
Well, it's pretty warm outside. You hold me warmer than in
I know, I did.
Ask everybody. Hello? Hello? Ask everybody to please grab a seat.
Oh, darn.
And we're going to get started here in just one moment.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll send you a note about it. Yeah.
Hello, Joe? Yeah. Hello? Is this working? Hello, everyone. We're going to get started. The afternoon agenda includes 3 major items. One is the Mitigation Committee report, which we're about to start. After that, we're going to talk about trade-offs and priorities. And I'm going to guess there's going to be a lot of spillover between these two. We started to see that in the last discussion. So we'll just kind of see how this evolves. It might be that the two discussions merge to a certain degree. Thanks. And we do have a public comment period on the agenda. And so if there are any public comments, ask that you just, I think there's a sheet outside by the sign-up sheet, and you can just list any questions that you have there so that we can plan and prepare for that. So, Okay, with that, I'll turn it back over to Joe.
All right. There we go. Hope everyone got lunch. My name's Joe Furia. I'm the Executive Director at the World Forestry Center, going over the Mitigation Committee. It was always good to follow the Suppression Committee, who's had a lot more time, done a lot more work, a lot more handsome. So we followed a similar format for today's presentation. This is the committee report on mitigation. Similar desired outcomes, make sure that we're clear on what our marching orders are as a committee, that you're getting a shared understanding of the key background and concepts involved in mitigation, and that we are able to solicit feedback from you on the initial work plan framing that we've done. So the agenda reflects those desired outcomes. I'll provide a brief committee report on where we are right now. Chad will provide, from ODF, will provide some of the background and key concepts on mitigation. And then we'll have some time at the end to get some feedback and record some questions for discussion in the mitigation committee. So this looks very similar to the suppression committee, except a lot of it's not completed. In terms of the deliverable, we've done some initial scoping on what would come out of the committee. We've identified leadership, myself as chair, Chad Davis from ODF as staff, and Brett Brownscombe as facilitator. That's tentative right now. We hope to finalize that. We've identified prospective membership for the committee that represent a diverse geographic and professional backgrounds. And compared to the suppression committee, this is more focused on forest management, collaborative planning, and conservation. We're targeting the initial meeting in May, although we haven't confirmed the committee yet, so there'll be some planning around that. And then, just as a reminder, when we talk about mitigation, there's been less done at the statewide level, but there are key pieces that have been done at the federal level that really plug into this and inform the leadership's thinking as we put together this initial framing of the work plan. That's around the cohesive strategy. It's also around some work done in our neighboring state in Washington around their 20-year strategic plan. So those are important things to keep in mind. And so with that, I'm going to hand over to Chad to give you some additional background and key concepts.
Hello, everyone. I am Chad Davis, and for those who don't know me, I direct the Partnership and Planning Program at the Department of Forestry. I joined the department back in 2012, just before the state legislature initiated the Federal Forest Restoration Program within the department, with the help of some folks in this room and a lot of other folks in 2013. And so I was fortunate to be able to work closely then with the governor's office to get that program off the ground. I'm going to talk a little bit about where that work and really how it is a foundation for where we can build, I think, in the state of Oregon forward. That experience has given me a lot of opportunities to get to know and appreciate the partnership both at the place-based level, at the local level, and between the partnerships necessary between state and federal agencies to really begin to achieve restoration at scale. And I don't believe we're there yet, to put that out at the beginning of this, but I do believe we have a solid foundation to build that house from. I'm going to try to stay close to my notes and try not to drop the microphone or the notes. I have a tendency to ramble. I did grow up in North Carolina, and my mother gave me the gift of gab. And so I'm going to try to stick pretty close to these, so you'll see me referencing them a lot. One thing that just hit me thinking about this is not only a bureaucrat that has the opportunity to work with folks and advance this stuff forward. I am also on the board of Cycle Oregon, and those of you know we canceled the event in 2017 due to wildfire. I remember sitting on the board call when we made that decision. I was sitting in Leavenworth, Washington, actually on another camping trip. I couldn't see 2 blocks down the street in Leavenworth, and it really stuck with me, the impacts of how my professional and personal lives kind of cross the lines, and a lot of times, and the communities in which we as Psych Oregon ride through, and all that it meant for not bringing that 2,000 person circus and spandex to those communities in Southwest Oregon. Some of those folks might have been happy about that, actually. So Oregon's work to increase the pace, scale, and quality of restoration work really started back in 2008 when the Board of Forestry convened the Federal Forest Advisory Committee. And what they asked that committee to do was to develop recommendations needed both at the state and at the federal level to achieve that objective. The report was adopted by the board in 2009 and really spelled out 5 recommendations, both at the state level and at the federal level. One of the state level recommendations was for the state to establish and invest in a federal forest liaison program, of which has really become what we are doing under the Federal Forest Restoration Program. Between 2011 and 2013, stakeholders worked together to flesh out what that program would look like at the state level if it was ultimately authorized by the legislature, and Governor Kitzhaber carried it forward in his 2013 budget proposal. Since inception, that program has invested in supporting local collaboratives to increase the pace of project planning and implementation at the local level. And more recently, we've added in our work under the Good Neighbor Authority, which I'm going to talk about a lot more, which was a tool authorized by Congress in 2014. At the March meeting, we had several presentations that were kind of describing the deviation of our forests from historical conditions. Ryan Halgo in particular shared his work highlighting that 3.9 million acres of active restoration are needed on federal lands in eastern and southwest Oregon. That's including both the Forest Service lands and the BLM lands that we often refer to as the ONC lands. This chart draws from recent accomplishments in eastern Oregon only, so a little apples to oranges comparison here, and only Forest Service lands. The point of it is really just to say that at the current pace of this, it'll take us about at least 50 years, if not longer, to reach those 3.9 million acres in the Halgo report. That report also projected a need of treatment of 2 million acres on private lands. And currently, there's very few funding mechanisms to do that work, including no state funds. The department does use some federal funds to cost share treatments on private lands with private landowners. One thing I wanted to point out here too is you'll see a spike in pre-commercial thinning in 2010. Matt said I couldn't say what actually precipitated that. However, the result of that was really an infusion of money from the stimulus package in the Obama administration that really allowed funds to flow, particularly in the Southwest Oregon, to get fuels reduction work done. These are acres needed to accomplish treatment since the trees are really too small for existing timber markets. That a similar opportunity exists now. There is a significant amount of acreage approved and awaiting funding to implement across eastern Oregon, and it will take some public investment to get some of that work done. There are plenty of other acres that can pay for themselves, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that as well. So let's talk a little bit more about how we've begun to achieve this pace, scale, and quality, and some of the factors that we need to really step that game up even to a much higher level. So Oregon does have 28 active forest collaborative groups. Mayor Russell talked a little bit about that at the last meeting and some of her work there in Central Oregon. These groups are locally convened and they are organizationally independent from the Forest Service, and that matters, but I'm not going to tell you exactly why, but we can talk about that, or you can ask Mayor Russell or Nils or somebody about why that matters. Collaborative groups work in partnership with the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. They are comprised of very diverse stakeholders, and they meet regularly to discuss forest management priorities, really at a local scale. Sometimes that includes the entire national forest, so maybe a couple million acres, or sometimes it includes a district ranger's office, which is a subset of that national forest. And their real task is to develop zones of agreement on restoration activities that are then provided to federal land managers to inform project level planning. This takes time. It's highly conditional on trust, and it can be impacted by significant turnovers in federal staff and collaborative participation. And so often you'll hear a critique of a collaborative approach is that it's slow and it takes too long and we need to go faster. And I would say that all those three things are true. And the question is how do we bridge some of that gap? The collaboratives have been critical to moving public forest management, though, off of a litigious path. In the early 2000s, the timber sale program on the Malheur National Forest in John Day was crippled due to legal challenges over salvage logging that effectively wiped out all the projects that were that had been approved for implementation. In 2006, Commissioner Boyd Britton at the time initiated what would become the Blue Mountain Forest Partners, which is a local collaborative group there in Grant County. In 2018, that forest completed its 15th year without litigation on a forest management project. That's something to be proud of in the state of Oregon. We have other forests that have done the same thing. Does that mean that everything is getting done and that every acre on the Malheur is perfect? I can guarantee you that local collaborative group would say no. But it is a model to build on, and how do we go forward? This level of collaboration has earned additional resources. Both Senator Wyden and Senator Merkley were part of an effort to really focus in on and bring some additional tools and capacity and support some additional funds into the Malheur, which really manifested themselves in both a long-term contract and additional staff that allowed that forest to triple its outputs. And when I say outputs here, I mean volume, board feet, and acres. Similarly, the Deschutes Forest Collaborative, which formed in Central Oregon to increase active forest stewardship. This project, the Deschutes Skylines CFLR project, spans from Black Butte Ranch in the north to Sun River in the south and encompasses about 257,000 acres along the east side of the Cascades there. This project also demonstrates what's possible when partners come together to develop a landscape level plan for restoration. The local collaboration with the Deschutes National Forest on this proposed plan resulted in this being selected under the nationally competitive Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program, which is a program that Congress authorized in 2009. By the selection there, the project was awarded an additional $1 million a year for a 10-year period, so $10 million total, to implement thinning, prescribed burning, and other restoration activities that include invasive weed treatments, steam channel restoration, and wetland enhancement. So even beyond kind of the fire resiliency treatments that we talked about earlier. Daniel Lilvell was up here earlier talking about another project kind of in northern Klamath County that a lot of us refer to as the North Warner Project, which was really about doing this work at scale both on public land and private land. And I would say the scale of what they're working on down there is larger than 95% of what the rest of the country is working on. In fact, the Fremont-Wainema National Forest, their next planning project is 160,000 acres. And for those of you that an acre doesn't mean anything to, including this old guy, Portland metro area is 92,000 acres. So an area bigger than Portland is what they're planning down there to move forward on. This chart shows overall acres clearing the environmental planning process each year on Forest Service lands in eastern Oregon. And these are some part of a dashboard project that some of us pulled together to kind of start to understand the trends of what's happening and then how to build a plan to go forward. We should probably touch a little bit on what NEPA is and what it means, but don't worry, I'm not going to go into the 7 layers of Hades about what that is. NEPA stands for the National Environmental Policy Act. And it is the first step to implement projects on the ground to really get things kicked off. Said simply, NEPA requires that federal agencies disclose their environmental impacts of federal actions to the American public. That's really what NEPA requires. For forest management, this happens at every project. So the Forest Service, I think the federal government, I had an opportunity one time to spend a 3-hour drive from Prineville to John Day with the head of the Council on Environmental Quality. And she told me that the federal government does 330, roughly, NEPAs a year. The Forest Service does 300 of them. So it is a tool that is significantly used by the Forest Service, and that is because it has been determined to apply at the project level. NEPA it also requires consultation with other environmental laws such as Endangered Species Act and the National Historic Preservation Act. The amount of acres that have cleared this step of environmental approval is often cited as a limiting factor to achieving scale, and that is a fair characterization here in Oregon as well. Projects with collaborative input, kind of the darker purple here, have proven to be more successful in navigating through the public comment and legal review process. Collaboration with federal partners allows federal land managers to hear the range of values and perspectives earlier in the planning process than would happen without it. Like I said, this shows kind of the trend there in Eastern Oregon. Helps when you have 2 page 6s. Can you go back? Collaboration also adds a higher level of transparency, and it has resulted in broader public support for these projects. In general, what we've noticed here in Oregon is that the Forest Service tends to work with collaborative groups on larger planning projects, and the data would suggest that the size of the planning area is about twice of what it would be without collaboratives' involvement. It's also resulted in much less legal challenges. Currently, less than 10% of the projects in the state of Oregon do face legal challenges, and it's not widely known, but that is the case. And we'll talk about this in a minute, but as complexity of those projects increases, then so do the potential legal challenges against those projects. Okay. Hold on here. I took the staples out and now I'm having a fit. Okay. Perhaps no issue is the subject of more debate, even at a collaborative level, than the appropriate role of commercial timber harvest in achieving ecological restoration. I can't underscore that enough. It comes up a lot over and over. The cost of ecosystem restoration in Oregon alone is estimated in billions. We've kind of talked about that already this morning. Some stakeholders raise objection to the profit motive of private companies being involved in public land management. Just flat out, let's put it on the table. Some people do not like that. Some stakeholders counter that a few more trees per acre could improve project economics to fund other facets of restoration, such as the placement of logs in stream to improve riparian habitat. Despite well-publicized attrition, Oregon is relatively fortunate to have retained milling infrastructure, albeit at a minimum level throughout most of eastern Oregon and some of southwest Oregon. Other states, such as Colorado and Arizona, have lost all milling capacity. Without these mills, there is not a way to monetize the timber removed as part of these restoration treatments, and attracting new mills has proven very difficult in Arizona, where the Forest Service conducted a 1 million acre environmental impact analysis in the hopes of attracting a company to invest in getting that done. In short, it hasn't worked out for a host of a lot of different reasons that others can talk about. Commercial milling infrastructure is extremely difficult to bring back from non-existence. Oregon must maintain our milling infrastructure and our forest contractor base if we are to get restoration achieved at scale, like I think a lot of us in this room want to do. We must also add to these market outlets for timber removed if we are going to adequately leverage the public investments. Not all acres have the size of trees that existing mills and markets need. For these acres in particular, we need new markets for the smaller diameter material. A good example of this is a torrefaction facility under development in John Day. The facility will use smaller trees, sometimes referred to biomass by some of us wonks, and manufacture an energy product that looks a lot like a hockey puck. The product shows promise as a viable replacement for partial supply needed to fire coal-fired plants. Okay, where's that? Fantastic. Stewardship contracting, to switch to talk about how we actually do some of that monetization. Stewardship contracting was permanently authorized in Congress in 2014 after an initial 10-year pilot phase. Stewardship contracting essentially allows the Forest Service to retain the revenue from timber harvest and put it to use to accomplish additional fuels reduction or other restoration priorities with that revenue that paid for those logs. The region, Pacific Northwest region, Region 6, and in Oregon specifically, has been a leader in using stewardship contracting since the initial pilot days in 2003 as a means to get more work done on the ground. And this shows the growth of its use, in Eastern Oregon. As I'll show in a few slides, the Good Neighbor Authority, which is a little bit different tool, but it allows the same retention of revenue to fund other additional project work. So as we have also heard, prescribed burning is part of the solution, and I'm going to show a few slides depicting two types. This is an example of an understory burn. So these strips of fire are placed throughout the stand at somewhat regular intervals, and this results in a low-intensity burn that allows the fire to stay close to the ground because the strip, as this one gets to that one, the fuel has already been consumed and doesn't allow the fire to build a lot of steam and momentum. The science is clear that in fire-adapted landscapes, prescribed burning must be part of our treatments, and we've talked about that a little bit. This is an example of a pile burn. Admittedly, it doesn't always require snowshoes. My point of putting this one up here is to convey that prescribed burning occurs largely on the shoulders of fire seasons. We don't do this work in July, August, and early parts of September when fire conditions are worse and likely to grow. So we have an ability to control these fires and manage these fires when the weather is on our side. It should be obvious, but prescribed fire will put smoke into the air, and this is the subject that we will all have to wrestle with regarding the need to reduce the risk of uncharacteristic wildfires while ensuring and maintaining public health. This is likely one issue that we will bring back from our work to the council. At minimum, there definitely will need to be increased understanding from the public about this tool. Recently, the Board of Forestry and the Environmental Quality Commission did amend the smoke management rule here in Oregon to facilitate the use of prescribed fire more than we've been able to get under the old rule. So we're going to switch back to the landscape. Even in Eastern Oregon, there are forest types that have more agreement for treatment. Most of the agreement that we've seen in Oregon has been in ponderosa pine forests. These forests are typically very dry and on relatively gentle terrain. So think of those gorgeous stands along Highway 20 as you're driving over to Sisters. While not as majestic, these forests populate the east sides of the Cascades south of Bend and are in high proportion in the forest south of John Day. So that's you can kind of see the purple, the dry pine on the southern end of the map here. As we move to the northeast, and where my friend Nils Christofferson likes to live and work, and we move into the higher elevations otherwise, forest types increase in complexity, and they do so rather fast. With added complexity comes much greater challenges to reaching agreement again at that local level. Both the dry mixed conifer, so that's the green, and the moist mixed conifer, the dry mixed conifer is in orange and the moist mixed conifers in green, have proven to be more challenging for our collaboratives. Complex ecosystems exhibit competing environmental values such as fire resiliency, riparian function, and sensitive habitats. Even my friends in the environmental community often have difficulty reconciling these different objectives on the same piece of ground. If I were to look at a map similar in Southwest Oregon, the complexity grows even much more considerably. The Klamath-Siskiyou region, just in the southern West Oregon, is known as one of the most diverse ecosystems on this planet. So you then layer in habitat for the northern spotted owl and other endangered species, and you can see how fast we go into areas of dissension. But all is not lost, and we do have new tools. We are well past the early 90s and the timber wars that many of you maybe lived through. I was in North Carolina at that time. I was exploring what grunge actually meant at that time in my life. But the evolution of federal policy since the early 2000s is kind of what I wanted to put up here. And I think it really responds and reflects to the need that Congress has recognized to manage these forests to reduce fire risks across much of the country. On multiple occasions, Congress has provided us different tools, and this is just a listing of some of them. These tools span project planning, implementation. They have some business model tweaks, and they even shared stewardship is kind of a strategic framework about how to get this work done. These are all in play in different degrees to Oregon, yet they all have a significant way to go. So one of the great challenges in front of us is human and organizational resources. Someone mentioned earlier about the percentage of the Forest Service budget that has been reallocated to fire, and frankly, the number of employees that the Forest Service is down. And then we were talking a little bit about that relative to our organization at ODF. So as a result, the federal land management agencies, I don't think anybody would argue with the following statement, that the agencies have insufficient resources to achieve the work at scale. They just don't have the resources to do that. The Good Neighbor Authority does allow the state to step in and help with that gap. So it was a tool authorized by Congress in 2014, really as an implementation tool. That doesn't mean just using chainsaws and putting fire on the ground. We can do other things with it. What it means is that the state can't make a federal decision that's already delegated to a federal official. We can do project level planning under Good Neighbor Authority. It just has to be authorized and executed by a federal employee. Governor Brown signed Oregon's Good Neighbor Agreement in March of 2016, and both ODF and W, or Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, are signatories to that agreement and are currently doing work across the state. To date, ODF has $5 million of Good Neighbor agreements in place, and this map kind of highlights where all of those are active. And what I need to mention here is when we do a Good Neighbor Authority project, we use federal money. So the authority to implement the project is authorized over to the state agency, along with the funds to execute that project. So when I say we have $5 million of G&A agreements in place, that means we have agreements that the Forest Service will transfer $5 million to the state, to Oregon Department of Forestry, to implement this work. Some of these are timber sales and some of these are not. If you were asked, if some of you have that question as well, but you will notice a scatter pattern to this graph, to this map. We have initiated the work where local leaders are open to doing business differently, and I would say where local leaders, both inside the federal government and inside the state government, are willing to do something different and take a step forward. We have, and frankly, they also have to be less concerned about traditional jurisdictions between what's the state's responsibility and what's the federal agency's responsibility. If we all want to get this work done, we have to roll up our sleeves and figure out how to get it done together. The tool does allow us to implement timber removal projects, and this is a very important point, that we can maintain the revenue from selling those logs to conduct other projects on the same national forest. So similarly to stewardship contracting, we can use that. This tool has the potential to be a game changer here in Oregon. Currently, ODF has 3 timber removal projects with another handful in final development. I believe we'll have 8 kind of sold and offered by June. This time frame is what I'm looking at there. So related to Carl and Curtis's questions earlier about a proactive approach, and as Travis said, ODF field staff put down their day job and respond to wildfire when needed. That's in everybody's job description. I think the question that's before us is, what degree does adding capacity at the state level to do more Good Neighbor Authority work help us achieve both objectives in the end? When we need to get work done on the ground ahead of fire season, and in those critical times, we have staff available to respond when the fire bell rings. So where do we get started? Given that existing resources are constrained, both at the federal level and at the state level, Oregon, I believe, will need to prioritize its restoration investments and its organizational capacity to begin to advance the ball down the field. In response to similar circumstances, we like to copy and compete with the state to the north, and well, maybe not to that state to the south, but the state to the north a little bit. Washington recently completed a 20-year forest health strategic plan, and it's been referenced, I think, a few times throughout the last 2 meetings. The plan focuses on eastern Washington, where wildfire is a more significant risk to communities and to social value. So that basically is on the west side of the map is the spine of the Cascades there in Washington State. This map is the primary product of some hard work, and it shows priorities for restoration work by watersheds at a particular scale. As I understand what the process that Washington did here, stakeholders weighed in and helped the state overlay and put different weightings to 8 different values that they thought were at risk of wildfire. And this map is a way, and they've got different tiers for how they're going. Washington State has a similar proposal in front of their legislature around state funds to help get this work done, and they are tiering those state investments to the priorities that are defined here. So they're asking for money to support collaboratives as well, like Oregon already has, and what they're building into their grant proposal, if they should get the funding, is to say you get extra points if you're in priority 1 or priority 2 versus priority 4 watershed. So they're really trying to leverage the state limited amount of resources to the priorities that everybody has said is there. So Oregon could follow a similar model, and with our federal forest restoration dollars and with our Good Neighbor Authority projects, and where we, as Travis likes to say, lean in. If we had a prioritized map, we could kind of follow that mold a little bit as well. This is my last slide. So as I've mentioned throughout the talk, the restoration task before us totals 6 million acres. So 4 million on federal land, 2 million on private land, if you're just using the Halgo work as an example. There are other numbers out there, and so my point there is a lot of work to do. We got to get started. And what I would say are the puzzle pieces to getting this done are legal authority, social license, public and private funding, organizational capacity, and support of federal policy. We have some good placed examples to learn from and extrapolate to other places, but we have to do more, and we have to do it on a bigger scale. On the Malheur National Forest, just to tie this together, additional federal investments, primarily in staff to do project level planning, has allowed for more of that to get done, and it has resulted in more acres treated on an annual basis. There's still more work to do there, but they are farther down the road than they were 3 years ago. On the Deschutes, the additional investments from the CFLR program have allowed project work to be completed, particularly following timber removal. Oregon, I would submit, has powerful enabling conditions, which are a strong network of local partners, Forest Service leadership pushing forward on Good Neighbor Authority and the shared stewardship, and state agencies ready to help implement work on the ground. The challenge in front of us all is to build on that collaborative grassroots approach, to provide strategic prioritization and find the additional resources to scale up our successes that we've already initiated in the state. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Joe to close this out.
Thanks, Chad. So I love this quote. Plans are worthless, but planning is everything. As chair of the mitigation committee, I don't think of our committee's charge to produce is that we should produce a report or another plan. I think as Chad laid out, there's been a lot of great work done in Oregon in the collaborative level. And the question for the mitigation committee is, given the size of the challenge, in Huago's report, that 6 million acres, how do we scale that work, increase the scale, the pace, and the effectiveness to reach the size of the issue? So the mitigation committee leadership thought about this, and what do we come up with? We came up with some plans. Planning, am I cut off?
Yeah. The joke was that bad.
It's
out.
All right, I'll project. So we came up with some plans, and when we thought about mitigation, and again, this is a straw man, right? The mitigation committee, they don't even know who they are yet. But we were trying to create a straw man for the council
to give you something to react to get your input, to make sure that we have a clear target that we're shooting at. And Chad talked a little bit about the work up in Eastern Washington, and that's sort of what we're thinking about when we talk about the forest plan. What treatments are you going to do where? And how is it prioritized? But when we're talking about pace and scale and effectiveness, equally important is really thinking about the financial components. What's that stack of funding look like? What does that mix between public and private and partnerships? Cost abatement. And then also the operational component. Chad spoke to the difficulties. If there is a monetization component that involves mills, what is the necessary operational characteristics? It's manpower, it's supply chain. A map with prioritization without thinking about those pieces is a good start, but it's really missing the critical components for implementation. And then the last piece in terms of the policy plan, which is really about tying it all together. It's making sure that all these are working in concert so that we are hitting that target. So these are the essential elements of the mitigation committee's body of potential work. And so a key piece here in talking with the council is making sure that in the time frame that we have, we're providing the pieces that you need to make critical decisions. So then I'm going to walk through each one. We're going to have a short amount of time, but I spoke to the forest plan already in terms of that, and that photos from the 20-year strategic planning process up in Washington. Again, it's setting that priorities, establishing timelines, financial plan, financials, and again, this is not just about going over what's been done, although there's been a lot of good work, but I would hope our work in the mitigation committee will produce recommendations of what may be possible. I mean, there's a lot of examples that are put up there in terms of some good bills and policy work that's been done in the last 20 years. I'd say there's still a lot of room for improvement. And then the operations plan, which I spoke to. And the glue. Apparently I was ahead of myself. So the open questions, and I think this will be, let me get us back on time here, is we're going to be transitioning to talking with the council and thinking about trade-offs. So I guess at this point, what would be really helpful for us is if the council has key questions around the components of this framing of the work plan, that you ask those questions and we'll take those down and make sure that we are in a position to be able to answer those. This situation with our landscape took decades to develop. And so it's not going to be, I mean, it's unrealistic to think that we're going to come up with a solution here by September. So this is going to be a longer term effort. But the question for the committee, and for the council at this point, is which components are your highest priority? What are the pieces that you want to make sure that we include in our deliverable for you? And finally, in what time frame is our scope of our horizon? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? Is it 50 years? Because all that affects the output. So at this point, I'll turn over to Matt. I'll stand up here if there are some key questions from the council on this subject.
So let me suggest, we're actually not doing bad on time. Let me just suggest in terms of how we kind of proceed from here. We've got a pretty considerable amount of time set aside for looking at trade-offs and priorities, what kind of forests and so forth. So that bottom bullet, and I'll actually, Joe, I've got a little framework for that I'll pull up. So rather than kind of engaging, which I know is what everybody wants to talk about, so let's get into it. We're going to get into it here in just a second. For Joe right now, I think what would be very helpful is just a reaction to the 4 elements. You know, is there a 5th? Should we strike one? Because ultimately what we're trying to do here is, is ultimately develop some recommendations that the council is going to understand and support. And so what what do you need to see? And again, let's not, we'll get into the, the priorities and the trade-offs here in a second. But just in terms of the construct and the content of the recommendations, I guess that would be helpful to hear from the council right now.
Okay, so Mary, maybe we need to get into specifics here, but with the fire fix that the senator has available to us in the year 2020, the dynamics will change in terms of the ability to be able to do more proactive work. The CLFRP program is for the projects you have identified as priorities that are working well in Oregon. Are they going to be eligible again for another 10-year round or not is the question. But what are we going to do to be able to leverage those federal funds? And are we in a situation with, from a competitive perspective, to have the states that win are the ones who match federal funds? So we need to understand more about the finances for us to be able to frame our strategies moving forward.
Right, and it's a very good question, and without giving you my cynical answer is it would be most helpful if the administration had not gone in and been cutting some of the budget, saying that they were going to make it all up with the fire funding fix. But aside from that, I think we can certainly say that with Senator Merkley's help, I think you've doubled the CLF, the collaborative restoration. Are we up to 40 or what is, I don't even know.
I think we're authorized to double it, but
We're authorized to double it.
Yeah.
I think we don't know until these appropriations. I think Oregon is still very well positioned, and I think that we know for the Deschutes, we have assurance that there was a legal question as to whether you could extend it. That could be extended. So we're just kind of working through them on a case-by-case basis. I wished I could sit here and say how much money we were going to have. I would ask Senator Bartner. No, we are working on all of those angles as completely as we can to get it through the appropriation process. I would actually like to add one small piece, and we were talking a little bit about it. I think many of you all have seen that the Heinz Mill down in Burns, I saw a news article, it's actually going to be reopening under kind of a different format, but that might be an opportunity. Chad mentioned the torrefaction. I think it would behoove all of us to be thinking about an industry and how we can actually accelerate or promote industries that do this. It's kind of a statewide, moonshot about helping to develop an industry. But I think there's some great opportunities to do it. So we will continue to work on the budgeting part of it. We are certainly going to try to save the federal budgets because no one can quantify right now what the savings from this fire funding fix are achieving unless Jessica, and I hope everyone here knows Jessica Keyes from Senator Merkley's office, actually sits on the Appropriations Committee and is fighting day in and day out for these dollars too.
And actually, for that reason, I'm not allowed to comment when it comes to budget stuff, just to keep it clean, since I'm an ex officio member representing the senator. We look forward to getting your recommendations.
Thank you, Joe and Chad. I think it's a good tee-up. And just like with the other parts of today, if you have any follow-up, have any input, specific questions or information that you'd like to see out of the mitigation committee, please just send those to me and I'll forward them. All right, so we've got anywhere between, I think, 30 and 60 minutes left, depending upon if there's public comment, and we'll check in on that. But basically for the balance of the day together, what we really wanted to do is start to get the council thinking about priorities and trade-offs, and start to really kind of expand upon some of the issues that have already been raised during the first two committee presentations. So can I get somebody to help with the presentation? So what I'm going to do is just kind of briefly walk through teeing up some of the issues, and then here, it's just going to be a roundtable discussion, and we'll try to consider the input. And I think this is going to be particularly valuable to the mitigation committee, because as we set priorities and start building plans, it'll be good to hear the perspectives of the council. Yes, okay, so here we are. Thanks. Keep going. Yep. So, it's often useful to frame these priorities in the context of, the sustainability model that we talked about a lot back in the March meeting. So you start looking at some of the social priorities, and I think that's already been raised here today. Some of the priorities that we will be considering across all three of the committees, but particularly with the mitigation committee. One is just the Oregonian connection to our forests and just how important our forests are and forest health are to us in the future. Second one is just traditions, tribal, family, and trying to keep those social values intact. Public safety, obviously trying to balance safety and smoke exposure and so forth with these other competing priorities. Safety is actually more talking about human life and protecting firefighters and protecting our citizens and protecting homes. Environmental justice, we talked about that a fair amount at the March meeting, which is, really recognizing that so much of the impacts of wildfire smoke exposure are borne disproportionately by our most vulnerable communities. We talked a lot about protecting infrastructure, whether it's the grid, water, transportation, public finance. I'll just stop there and say, after our morning meeting with Oregon State, I had some interaction with some of the panelists. And we discussed how, in a lot of ways, the 20th century was kind of this anomaly as you look back through history in terms of the level of fire activity. And so, we had this artificial low due to, suppression, due to railroads, due to roads, a lot of fire breaks and so forth. And so much of our infrastructure was built during this lull. And now as we return back and perhaps even exceed historic fire levels, a lot of this infrastructure is seriously imperiled. Water is being kind of a primary example of that. A lot of our water reservoirs and water sources are really in the path of fire's harm. And then finally, public finance. We talked about that at the March meeting as well. Just putting on your taxpayer hat and recognizing the need for value and realize that we're in a budget constrained environment. Priorities within the environmental consideration. I think the overall priority that we heard from Paul Hesburgh is a restoration of to fire resilient landscapes, patchwork, larger trees, adaptation to climate change, mitigating climate change, watershed health, and then just habitat and flora. And we already, flora and fauna. And we just heard from Chad that even within just the environmental prioritization, there's often competing priorities, particularly amongst the more complex ecosystems. And then the third chamber is the economy and the priorities of creating rural jobs, green jobs, rural revitalization, addressing rural blight, having a competitive traded sector, bringing in wealth to the state. Look at the third bullet, having healthy, beautiful forests to attract new industries as really a magnet for attracting talent. Protecting our existing mill infrastructure, as Chad mentioned, growing and right-sizing new infrastructure, and then obviously the non-timber economic priorities around tourism and vineyards and other ag and so forth. So these are all, as you kind of list these priorities, you can start to imagine a lot of the tension points between these competing priorities. And here's just an example, some examples. Timber monetization versus public investment. I mean, this is one that's already been brought up. Carla, brought it up very strongly this morning. You hear, we're not going to clear cut our way out of this, or we're not going to harvest our way out of this issue, and then we're not going to appropriate our way out of this issue. And I think the answer is that's both right. And so what is the right balance between timber monetization versus public investment? Second one is growing the infrastructure, and this is one that's particularly tense. And that is, it's one thing to try to sustain our existing infrastructure. It's another thing to grow new infrastructure, and the potential conflicts that can create. Because once you build these new mills with these expectations around timber harvest into the future, have you now kind of created this perverse incentive to harvest unsustainably? And so this is going to be an issue that we will hear about, I think, a lot at the committee level. And this will be an issue that we're going to be bringing back to the council. The shared stewardship agreement prioritization, you hear this described as being winners and losers, and I think to a certain degree prioritization, that's what it means. If you look at that 20-year Washington example that Chad just went through, you get points for being in the higher priority zones, and so therefore, there will be hard decisions made. Next one is just the ability to directly impact smoke. I mean, this is I think, a reasonable question, which is, to the extent a lot of this is concerns about human health, how much can we really move the needle? Particularly when you got California down below and you got British Columbia and Washington. What are the realistic expectations for this for our communities? I already mentioned competing environmental values. Also talked about conflicting research. We talked about this to a certain degree this morning with the panel. There are areas of consensus, and then there are areas of real disagreement, particularly once you start weighting it to the issue of climate change. Is climate change going to increase the incidence of fire going forward? There's research that says yes, and some research that says no, and so that's another tension point. Improving our coordination with our federal partners. I think we've heard a lot about that today. Maybe shared governance. I think this is an area of real opportunity, and so. But there's different perspectives on our federal partners. The power grid liabilities. I mean, obviously, when you look down south and you see everything that's playing out there, I mean, this is a real tension point. To what degree, do we need to be much more proactive on this here in Oregon? The suppression funding, and this is something that you're going to deal with. It's not just the growing the size of the pie on the suppression funding, but how is it allocated between the private landowners versus the general fund? Obviously, with all the pressures on the general fund right now, there's going to be an aggressive effort to shift over to the private landowners, and yet the private landowners in Oregon already pick up more of the burden than just about anywhere else in the country. There's very few folks that fund things the way that we do. We already heard from Chad about controlled burn versus big burns or large fires. To what degree are communities, and it's something that Mayor Russell spoke to what degree are communities going to be willing to accept a lower level of more continuous and predictable smoke exposure versus, hoping that there's not going to be, a large catastrophic fire. And then, zoning issues are always going to, have tension, particularly with regard to existing structures and so forth. So this is just kind of teeing up what I would expect are going to be some of the many, many tension issues as we really get into this work. And I think, the way that this council is set up is that we'll be forcing a lot of these, these tension issues at the committee level. And we'll have a lot of experts at the committee level that be trying to wade through these. Hopefully we'll reach consensus at the committee level, but to the extent we don't, then we're intending to bring these things up to the council level so the council can kind of consider these competing priorities and provide guidance, if that makes sense. So that's really the reason why the council is set up so much to be the downstream stakeholders of wildfire, and the committees are going to be more the experts, and hopefully the council can provide guidance if that makes sense. So with that, that's again not at all intended to be an exhaustive list, but just to start our discussion, we have another 30 to 60 minutes. Do we have any sign-ups right now for public comment? We'll find out. Okay. So with that, we will just kind of open it up for the council to start weighing in and talking about how we see the priorities. Okay. Senator?
Thanks, Matt. My envision of the mitigation comes from a variety of perspectives, so I'm not looking through it through one lens. But I think the production of commodities is vital to that existence for a number of reasons. One, when we produce commodities, that helps offset the costs. And I look at when the state of Oregon gives money to do work on federal lands, we get criticized in the legislature. Why are we using Oregon taxpayers' money to do work on federal lands? Sometimes that's a difficult question to answer, especially when you have schools want more funding, Medicaid wants more funding, all these other entities wants more funding. Why are we giving the federal government funds? But yet we do it because we believe it's the right thing to do. And we'll probably do it again. But I look at those monies as seed monies, same as I do from the federal government. And Mary, we all know when we pass things at the federal level, it takes us a while to figure out exactly how it's going to play out. But if we look at those monies for not just paying for work to be done, but for paying for a new vision into the future, that we can become sustainable. Some projects are going to be a deficit. I think anybody knows that. But then there's going to be some opportunities to produce some commodities. And that helps offset the costs. It also helps, and I think I was happily, when I heard that it was brought up, that keeping our mill infrastructure in place in Oregon and in strategic locations is very important, because we have to go with these commodities to be manufactured into something. So I hope that this council looks at that at some point in the future that we don't have to be using taxpayer dollars on a regular basis, that we can pay for these projects and we can go forward. And yes, some of those conversations are going to be difficult, I get it, but they have to be had, and we have to find resolution, and we have to go forward. When you go home tonight and over the next few days, ask yourself, what do I want Oregon's forest to look like in 100 years? Ask yourself that question. And when you come to some resolution within yourself of what you want, then you can start asking the questions, how do we get there? So I really appreciate that, but please, please try to understand that we have to go forward with a sustainable program, or we'll certainly fail.
Yes, Mark?
Well, it's hard to follow up, Senator, on that one. I caucused with fellow Commissioner Court Boyce in the back there, and almost every time at Association of Oregon Counties or at the Eastern Oregon Counties Association, we get into this discussion, NEPA comes up, and Chad kind of touched onto it and quickly moved on, or maybe not quickly, but he had a lot on his topic. And hopefully this council could maybe take a clean look at NEPA or the mitigation group, and is it really as challenging as we are led to believe, or is this just another reason or a mythical reason and we get off in the weeds on NEPA and not move forward? I was listening to the Fremont Wainema forest, and they were doing 100,000 acres. It seems like we sometimes get bogged down on a 10,000 acre project, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars and years, and it's very confusing to us. And we're there trying to be champions of the project, but it just kind of gets into a bureaucratic limbo. And then another issue or point that, and Russ and I discussed it kind of at a break, but one of the big challenges is, and I'm going to speak as a commissioner, a planning director for 12 years, but as a commissioner too, and that's, people building in the areas they probably shouldn't. I was looking up there at some of the PowerPoint and said, wow, people shouldn't build there. If our colleagues in the insurance industry came alongside us, it would make life a lot easier, as I see DCLD nodding their heads. And, as a commissioner, because I know what happens the first time our planning department declines to cite someone somewheres, they're going to be right upstairs staring me in the face. And one thing that we as commissioners do really well is fold when we have constituents in there yelling at us. Maybe it's only me. Anyway, I'm sure it isn't quite. But seriously, we look at Mississippi with the flooding. We look at Florida with the hurricanes. We look at other coastal, and the federal and the state government came along there, but also the insurance industry joined right in. And it would be better if we had a larger partnership, I guess, and maybe just being blunt, it'd be cover for us, because one of the first things that we like to do in planning is blame DCLD for everything that why someone can't build their house somewhere. And so this way we could do it larger. And also, seriously, the state could be subject to either Measure 37 or Measure 49 claims if all of a sudden we say that's not buildable and the person's owned it for X number of years. That isn't totally beyond litigating and causing us into further discussion. So I would hope that, Russ, your subcommittee, and Sally, your greater committee could look at that, because it's the same for counties as it is for the cities. Once you start telling people you can't build there because, but truthfully, if the insurance industry was joining into that discussion and had, a reluctance, if people can't get fire insurance, just like right now, if they can't get flood insurance, they don't build. And, they can't get loans and everything else. So I look to see a larger partnership. I would like to see that, because that's going to, right now, as I mentioned earlier, all of the counties adhere to the Oregon Department of Forestry fire siting safety standards when someone walks into the counter. And once they get to build it, they go out and do whatever they have to do to meet the standards. But then at that point, nobody ever goes back again. And, there needs to be, a tool there for follow-up and accountability versus just, okay, I met the requirements, goodbye. And then the place burns up, and then the insurance industry pays for it, or FEMA in the insurance industry, or the jurisdiction, and there's that real gap there. So,
Ralph, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you're probably one of the best experts on Measure 37 and 49 claims. I'm not sure in Mark's situation, we're in fact going to be exposed if we denied people the right to build there in the future. But your context would be helpful.
I think the answer would be no, because it would be a public health and safety reason, which is not covered by 49. Of course, 37 was repealed largely by 49 and narrowed the claims to 3 homes for those that had claims. But if there's a public health and safety reason for the code, which is the reason for the new fireproof code that was adopted in the building code by DCBS, and so I would say that no, it wouldn't trigger a taking or a 49 claim.
Thank you.
But that's not, I'm not advising as a, just giving
Awareness.
Russ, do you have anything else? Yes. Eric?
So being, I think, the lone insurance company person at the table, I can't speak for industry, but I can tell you what's happened in the last 10 years just from my experience of working in industry for about 30 years. We saw the graphs where if you were in 1998 and you're writing in band insurance on personal and commercial properties, and just say in the Bend proper area because we have Mayor Russell here, there really wasn't a big issue. You would do your fire rating based on protection class. I think in the last 5 years I've seen, it was the reason why I asked that data question this morning, there are very smart companies that are taking data like OSU has done, and they're applying machine learning and artificial intelligence to it, and they're coming up with models. And you're going to see capacity for where people are building into the wildlife interface, where the market's going to go, no thank you. And you're already probably seeing it within the state of Oregon. A major company in California last year lost $2 billion solely to wildfire. They are going, we need to do something about it. So the answer is the industry is going to react to it. What I would ask as a state is that we don't handcuff the industry, because when you handcuff it and say, our friends to the south had a model where they were actually forcing our sister company to take a 6% rate decrease on homeowners insurance because of the tax break they got from the federal government. And insurance doesn't really work that way. That goes back to surplus. So they had to take a rate decrease, and when they really needed to take a 45% rate increase on their exposure areas where there's a WUI interface. So there's a give and take with that. So I do think it's a good point. I can't speak for industry. I can tell you that I am seeing it with our competitors, that they're getting more reluctant to write where not just the higher protection classes, but where the wildlife interface is, because there's models out there predicting that they're higher extreme. So yeah, I think that's coming. Takes time. It's a competitive market. Somebody always seems to jump in and try to write. But I think you're going to see that kind of support some of the codes to change. I think the industry would support code changes too. So, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Carla.
I think a number of you that have lived in Oregon a long time remember the field burning controversy. And that was fought in the legislature back and forth for a number of years. But it was when the 18-car pileup happened on I-5, about 8 miles from our farming operation in Corvallis. That was the change agent that stopped field burning. It was a major loss of human life. And I think if we had a paradise, and we already have a paradise in California, but if I think if Paul is even close to half right, and we start losing cities or small rural towns, in the fire in Sherman County last summer, we had the potential to lose 3 of our 6 small rural towns in that one county. That's when you start having a very different conversation. And, as I look at this situation, I think, I've been growing things my whole career, growing crops. And I look at, in 1985, we had 42% of the annual growth was harvested on federal forests, and today it's 8%. So the amount of fuel, just the sheer amount of fuel we're leaving out in the natural environment every year is just something we don't have the human capacity to manage. And I think that's what we keep seeing. We don't have enough firefighters or planes or tax dollars, or there's not enough of us, and we're an aging population, to really deal with the risk that we're creating. As I look at your list up here, Matt, I see, one massive problem and lots of symptoms associated with that problem. But I thought at our first meeting, the massive problem is the sheer amount of fuel that we have and burnable material that we have, which is really a physics issue, in our natural forests. And our real question is, how are we going to deal with that? And it was very clear at the last meeting, harvest, thinning, and controlled burning. I just heard in the last presentation, it's 50 years. I assume that deals with the added growth that's going into the forests every year. At the first meeting, we heard 2,000. It doesn't, that we need to calculate that. But we heard
I think the answer is we'll never get there.
So it's 2,000 an acre. That's, just on 6 million acres, that's a $12 billion problem. And that probably won't touch it. So I think that with a problem like this, it takes lots of solutions, and that's private and public. But I think the real question is, what is our capacity, public and private, with some decisions that probably, you know, a lot of the population wouldn't want us to make, but would look a lot easier, you know, if a tragedy like losing a city would happen. Those decisions get easier.
Yep, Russ?
So, Carla, to your point about the scale of and scope of the problem, to treat an acre of overstocked timberland in eastern Oregon with fire is about $100 per acre. And what I'm not hearing in the suppression conversation is if in fact you've identified 3.9 million acres that need treatment, what is our tactical strategy using the science that we heard in our first panel? When do we give the social license on the 3.9 million acres to let it burn at $100 per acre cost to our state? And what is the authority? What does the fire marshal do? What does the state ODF do to let that fire go? And what is the economic benefit? What is the ecological benefit to the state to let those fires go?
What's the $100 an acre?
If you want to manage a actual fire.
I was thinking the suppression.
Suppression costs.
So you're saying just forego it?
Yeah, just let it go.
I'll speak to that. If you buy my liability insurance for that, letting that go, because I don't mind letting it go if it's in the middle of winter or really early, but if I'm sitting there with a red flag day, I may have a community 100 miles away. It's a real different answer when it gets to that community and it's not just creeping along, but it's ripping. I can think of one recently at Chetco Bar, sat on the landscape so I think we need to think much more about how do we begin to actually set that stuff on fire at the right time. And what we need to do if we're going to do that is actually talk about mitigating the health effects for vulnerable communities.
Right.
You know, there's not good and bad smoke, and so I think when you frame the question differently, it gets to be real different. Let's invest in the vulnerable community so we can burn and not. And so enough said.
I think.
Can I jump on that? That was exactly my question. So sorry, I'm supposed to be here last time, but found out the day before. My name is Katrina Holland. I work at Community Alliance of Tenants, and we serve renters across Oregon. And we have a renters' rights hotline where folks can call and get advice on how to deal with their issue with their landlords. And during fire season, the last several years, our hotline has been flooded with calls of how do we deal with the smoke, and in particular for people that are seniors, folks with disabilities, vulnerable communities who are living in sort of these remote areas that already don't have access to resources and may be at greater risk of having their place burned down or something of that nature. There is sort of a bigger hanging question of what can we do to control that on the front end so that we don't have to deal with the consequences on the back end. And I couldn't help but notice, and granted I'm totally new to this conversation, right? But I couldn't help but notice that through all of these presentations today, I haven't heard much about communications and winning people over for prescribed fires, because this is my first time sitting here. My children have asthma, or one of my kids has asthma, but I would invest in a mask for her if I knew that a prescribed fire was necessary to prevent 14 days of smoke exposure that then resulted in $2,000+ for each ER visit the time that we went in. So to Kirsten's point earlier about public health effects and sort of front-end strategies to mitigate the impact of fires, I would really like to see some emphasis on investment in communications infrastructure to make sure the public is aware of the potential benefits of front-end investment and front-end exposure, to be quite honest. So.
I think that's key. I mean, Joe and I talked about that during the break, just in terms of the four structures for the mitigation committee, where does communications, media, education tie into that? And it's probably broader for the whole council's agenda, but it's essential because I've been working in Eastern Oregon with the Forest Service, with private landowners, trying to address these very issues for 20 years. And we bump into all of the problems that you've mentioned here today. But critically, we bump into the fact that there are still a lot of people caught in the timber wars of the 80s, still with that frame of mind that cutting trees is bad for whatever reason. And these new ideas about large landscape restoration, even though on the ground we can show them that the restoration treatment that addresses fuel reduction, wildfire risk reduction, is also improving large pine habitat and a whole range of habitat for large and small animals, birds, fish, in-stream flows, etc. They still get caught up in kind of that cutting trees is bad, or that place is particularly special, or a lot of other issues that aren't really around the science or much of what we discussed today. And so we have to have a communications and media strategy. We need to show people the strength of the middle as opposed to the people sniping at these ideas from the sidelines. And I would also just say, to your point, Russ, and I know you were kind of just throwing, I think you're throwing it out just to provoke discussion. In that, there's got to be a balance in that. We talked about the critical importance of maintaining workforce and infrastructure. If we let everything burn, that strategy's gone out the door. And that then affects our communities in totally different ways, and our ability to respond to the next forest ecosystem challenge in the future, right, is gone. So we need to find some balance there.
And I just wanted to add really quickly, sorry I forgot, but as he was speaking, I remembered that in sort of this communications and media strategy that's educating the public on what prescribed fires and mitigation investment does on the front end, we also need to provide funding for support for vulnerable communities who are exposed to that smoke. So I have the ability to invest in a mask. The senior who called the hotline 4 times in a week because of the smoke exposure may not have that money. And so what does it mean to granted this is totally but something similar to cooling shelters where there's filtered air. What does it mean to have masks that are available for folks at a reduced cost or no cost during those days, prepared on the front end?
So, Peter, do you want me to jump in on those? Yes. Are great points, Katrina. Thank you so much. A couple of things. I have to say, please don't wear masks when it is smoky outside. I get to be the news person who represents the public health division and gets to tell everyone that they don't work. They don't work.
Not even the N35s?
The N95s have to be fit tested, and they don't work on children, and they are for work site issues. And so if you have to wear one, you should work with your OSHA representative and all that stuff. Sorry, that's the public health person. I just had to correct that.
Thank you.
Because I don't want anyone wearing something getting sick. I think and to Nils' point, exactly, the social license, we have not earned it yet. I hear it all the time at the Public Health Division. That's what we get the phone calls on. But I really, really appreciate that it's more than just getting the social license to do prescribed burning or to let fires burn for longer. We have to do this. I grew up in the 80s in the timber industry. My dad was there front and center, and I watched the whole thing. And as a kid going through that, it was not fun watching that from your parents' perspective, or watching it from my perspective, seeing what's happened to my parents. The social license and the understanding of actually using timber as a renewable resource is not understood, or certainly not clearly understood. And so there's some return on investments that I think mitigation could demonstrate if we added that to our ideas around funding is the upfront investments in costs, the ability to be able to turn this into profit and resources for the state of Oregon has a huge return on investment. And so starting to calculate that and look at that could be really important, both for a health perspective, from a public health perspective as well. But I do think that's part of what we're doing. And in the 2 years that it took to update the rules for smoke management, because we had 2 bad wildfire seasons in the middle of that, one of the things that the Oregon Health Authority, the Department of Forestry, and DEQ is working on are memorandums of understanding and shared work together to help communities come up with communication strategies, to help them think about how they would do mitigation plans for their community, to find cooling spaces, not cooling spaces, but clean air spaces for prescribed burns where they might happen multiple days in a row, and also for wildfire. So I think there's a lot of infrastructure out there that we can build from, and maybe some statutory adjustments that would more quickly activate some work with public health and ODF as well.
Yeah, 'cause we have no idea
but there are some things out there, and and public health is as underfunded as the Department of Forestry is, and it's a decentralized system with 34 separate local public health authorities. So I think we have to think about the local and state interplay as well.
I would just like to add on, investment in mitigation, particularly around human health, is going to be important for the social license. And while monetization can take some, it is going to take investment of money. The thing that's in it's the hardest kind of investment to make, because the investments don't get a direct return to the people investing. So often we're protecting homeowners, but it's costing the general fund, and the connection's hard to make. I can go into the legislature after I've burned up and spent 100,000 or 100 million, was it? 100 million this year, and go in and ask for 31 million, and I always get it because it's a disaster, and it's not my fault. But to try to get a tenth of that up front to invest in avoiding the problem is the hardest argument to ever make, because you can never prove that I actually avoided the disaster. And this is a kind of problem that I think you'll hear across many of these issues, is we're asking for funding that we can easily get if we just let the problem happen, but it's very challenging to get if we're going to prevent it. Same thing, we need funding for mitigation for vulnerable populations up front. It's like $200 to get an air unit for a home for a low-income person, and think about the amount that it would take to make a community safe. It's not that big of an investment, but it's one that's really hard to get over the line.
It would be great to have some of our researchers come back and talk about the effectiveness of fuel treatments when they encounter wildfires. I think that's something that would benefit everybody here. It's a growing body of science and evidence showing that, in fact, fuel treatments are very effective, even sometimes in extreme wildfire conditions. So that's just a little aside, but not my comment. I'm just curious, as we transition our national wildfire cohesive management strategy to our state level, maybe this is a question for you, Matt, I just want to make sure all the pieces come along with that. And one of the big ones that I work on day in and day out is what I would call community mitigation. And it is, how do we protect those communities that are already, for the most part, built out? We've talked a lot about fire prevention codes and land use, and that is all really important because it's about what we are going to inherit or what we're leaving on the landscape for tomorrow. But for all that housing stock that is there right now and all the communities that we live and work in, where does mitigation for at the community level fit into our work here on the committee? Because I don't see it in any of the committees yet, and I know we haven't heard from one. But I'm just curious where that piece lives. Yeah.
There's a question about where treatments within the WUI?
Treatments within the WUI, but not only that, is how do we either retrofit homes, create defensible space, do that education piece at the community level, because it's not in the mitigation committee, which is where I would expect to find it, and so it maybe isn't the one that we haven't heard from yet.
Yeah, it's the way we've got it the logic right now is that the adaptation and recovery committee is generally addressing those issues. We had to make a call on treatments, and we decided to keep treatments within the mitigation committee, but all the urban planning codes, zoning and so forth, that's within the adaptation recovery committee. So we'll be hearing about that.
I'll look forward to hearing that one. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Charles?
Sure. Well, the conversation clearly has been very informed today, and as I sit here, I have a tendency to come back to financial solutions, and it's a human solution when we're talking about people, property, and the environment. And the point that was just raised about addressing the people side of the equation, Matt, to your point, I thought we were going to discuss that in that third committee that we haven't talked about or hasn't met yet. But as I sit here and I listen to this, I'm always thinking about how do you first define the problem, and then how do you fund the solution? And we've got three areas identified: suppression, mitigation, and then what I will call the social area or the social aspects. But this, to me, is very similar to what we've seen historically, and it's a sensitive area. But when you talk about urban renewal, we're talking about forest preservation and renewal with a big asterisk next to the people side of the equation. And from my perspective, and I don't know enough about all of the component parts, but I continue to sit here and ask myself, if we have a resource that can fund its own preservation and renewal, how do we factor that into the equation? And I'm not suggesting we cut down all of our forests. We love Oregon. We're here for many reasons. The beauty of Oregon and its forests, that's one of those reasons. But we have an asset that can fund its own preservation. We have an asset that, if we use it strategically, can fund addressing human issues. And I want us to really kind of put that on the table. I know that's sensitive, but we're not talking about cutting down all the forests in Oregon. We're talking about using an asset to preserve and advance itself and create greater value. So for me, it comes directly to the human issue, because we can fund a lot of things with this asset base. And I don't know how we don't continue to talk about that and make sure when we talk about funding sources, we're going to have help from private, public, and foundation sectors, but this asset has a means of funding its own advancement, its own improvement. And I think foundations and others will look at this process and how we lay it out. And one of the critical components for me is upfront identifying the people impacts so that we know how we design programs to address those impacts. They're built into our process from day one. And I keep coming back to, there's an asset that can help fund this, and it's the forest itself. So I think that's critical, and I don't want us to lose sight of that, because it is a sensitive area, and I'm not sitting here proposing we chop down all of our trees. This is part of the solution, because if we do it strategically and we identify high-value areas, we're actually solving our problem by thinning in those areas and using those resources possibly to fund something on another part of the state. And that's not an easy asset to identify, something that will fund itself. So that was my thought.
Yep, thank you. Hello, Representative Marsh.
Oh, thank you. Well, first I wanted to congratulate you, because this is a terrific list of tension points. I know people in my community who will vigorously argue on every side of every one of those tension points. And the good news is that we do have an opportunity to reflect back on the earlier comments. We don't actually need a paradise. The smoke experience that we've had over the past 2 years has actually provided that for us. Plus, watching Paradise from a distance is sort of good enough to get people activated and interested in these topics in ways that they've never been before. I think for me, the bottom line is we don't have to resolve all of these tension points ahead of time. What we do have to do is we have to focus on those areas where there is broad agreement and start at those levels. The importance of mapping and understanding what's actually on the terrain at a landscape level, that would be a great first step to me. The importance of smoke mitigation, already spoken to. It's that the importance of really looking at the vulnerability of our communities. There are a number of things out on the table which I think already get a great deal of broad agreement. And I think what we do is we start with those areas and sort of learn the lessons of the collaborative model that's already been spoken to in terms of elevating that kind of a model to looking at all of this on a statewide basis. And it's sort of one step forward as we start to look at each additional point where we're at and figure out what the issues are and start to bring people around that. So I think that the bottom line is it's toe in, and we start to look at as we start to put the building blocks together, having trust in the process that at some point each one of those tension points will come up, and because we've done more work together and built more of a consensus starting at the very basic points, that we'll have the power to resolve some of those issues. But we're not going to figure them out ahead of time. I mean, my back's already stiffening when I hear you talk about monetization of the forest industry as a way to fund all of this. And I know that, we'll get to that conversation at some point, but we just have to start where we have the common understanding, of which I think there's significant amount. And I have to go, so.
Alan?
I guess I got to jump into this, being I call it the nasty manufacturing and forestry industry. In listening to the conversation today, it's all about government regulation or whatever, but don't discount the power of the private sector. There are certain organizations in the environmental community that just don't trust the private sector, and I think you've got to utilize us as a tool. It takes regulation. There's a lot of history and a lot of misinformation. There's some real fact of what happened in the past, but that's not looking forward to the future. Our industry is in transition today, and there's a lot of good, I think Mary talked about it earlier. We talked about torrefication, we talked pelletizing, we talked biomass power generation, new products, CLT, laminated veneer lumber. There's a lot of new things happening in the conversion from big log, old growth timber to what I would call it small log utilization. But our industry, like a lot of other structures, we need stability. We need commitment. And a lot of the policies, there's been a lot of inventing going on, a lot of head scratching going on, and there's some good things starting to happen. But we don't have a lot of time. There's a hollowing effect taking place in our industry. People are disappearing because when there's a lack of resource, but actually lack of support within the public community, and that's certainly part of our fault, whatever. But again, I think a part of this discussion we're having here as a council is please don't forget the private sector, and if you can build on that basis with the proper controls in place, I think there's a lot that we can bring to the table. We look to the forest, there's a number of, I call it 3 legs. You can go out on a thinning project, there's a commercial aspect, but then there's a residual biomass aspect. And does the government have to pay for all that? Does a landowner chip into some of that because we're improving his or her piece of real estate? Does the government get a benefit? Does the public get a benefit? So I just wanted to say that I think the private sector is part of the tools that you have in place. Is fire a key? Can we convert that thinning over to some kind of biomass utilization? In some geographies, we are doing that today. In a lot of geographies, because of transportation and isolation, you can't do it. But again, it's a tool to be used in a particular geographical area, and I just don't want us to all forget that. Thank you.
Yes.
Just real quickly, I wanted to mention to have a place for this, and I thought about it the last time we were here. And maybe it's in the mitigation piece, I don't know, but certainly you have wildlife displacement. Then you have some of my more difficult calls with farmers and ranchers, either before a catastrophe, doesn't matter if it's fire or not, was their worry about their animals and that they would be taken care of. But we sent a team of state vets and practitioners down to help California. There were 500 cats, dogs, chickens, parakeets displaced with no owners. And much of that work of that community and the stress of the community was not what happened to them. It was where were their animals. And so as we go about this and message this, that if we've thought through, I know my Australian Shepherd and my pets are just as much a part of our family, and as anybody, that stress and people's worry about those things moves the dial, I think, if they think we thought through those things too.
Yep, thank you. Yes, Russ.
So I just want to reflect for a minute about public attitude and public trust. Chad got into this a little bit, where we talk about the 28 or so collaboratives around the state, and where there's zones of agreement. To get to Charles's point, there is standing wealth in those forests, and in many communities, they like what they see and they want more of it. And the scientific basis and trust agreement to be able to get to scale is there, and we could map that out in more detail. But there are areas in the state where the trust isn't there yet. They're more complex ecological systems. The cool, moist forest regions of the state will take more time and a lot more hand-holding. But where we have the zones of agreement at this point are some of the more high-risk forests that have higher fire return intervals, but the communities are truly saying, I like what I see and I want more of it. How we encourage that, how we stimulate that is really going to be one of our big challenges. I think we also hurt ourselves in having these conversations without the context of understanding from a polling perspective of what the public attitude is. You think about this, we are sitting here in a post-paradise environment where we've been exposed to a lot of smoke over the last few years. What is the public attitude? What is their willingness to invest with us? How much tolerance do they have for the ecological restoration activities that are being proposed? I think we could stop and collect the information that is out there. The governor has a lot of information. We have access through the nonprofit community to a lot of polling information. Many of the foundations have invested in the polling information that is out there. And if we had the top pollsters in Oregon share with us the public attitude that we actually are living with today, I think we would have greater comfort making the leaps that we feel we need to make, knowing that the public is behind us.
Nels?
Yeah, one really just minor point that I don't know if NRCS is here with us today, but NRCS is deploying a tremendous amount of money through the EQIP program to private forest restoration and geared towards fuel reduction and forest health. And I think it's a key part to this mitigation planning and to the capital stacking.
Okay. We do have one individual who's signed up for public comment, so unless there are additional comments or questions from the council. Okay, hearing none. I'm going to apologize. We don't really have a smooth setup here for public comment, so maybe what I would suggest, if you don't,
here if they want.
yeah, that would be great. If that's okay. Gentleman who's signed up is Ralph Blomers? Yeah. Thank you.
25 years ago, my first job out of college was working in Munich, Germany for the Munich Reinsurance Corporation, which is the largest reinsurer in the world. And I also spent one winter working at Lloyd's, and I've been really interested in following the insurance industry response to what's happened in Paradise and hearing the comments today. And digging deeper into the home safety question has been just fascinating for me. Reading all the work that Jack Cohen has done in Missoula, looking at the work of Headwaters Economics in Montana, looking at the testing done in South Carolina at the Institute of Home Safety, where they burn down duplexes. Half of the duplexes hardened, half is not. Working with National Geographic to film that, to document that, and what those choices are that are before us, that they are durable. In other words, you retrofit that home, and that home is forever hardened against fire. It doesn't grow back like the forest into an unhardened condition. And I find that to just be this big opportunity that is just so overlooked. And of course, it's a private homeowner that has to take that on, and it has to be spurred on perhaps by insurance coverage or lack thereof. But the costs are really small from what I've seen, about
$3,000-$4,000, and even for new homes, in some cases, the cost of having a retrofitted home or a hardened home or a fireproof home or whatever you want to call it is less than a non-fireproofed home. In the La Tuna fire in LA, where this is required, just like in Portland, if your sidewalk breaks, they fix it and they charge you if you don't do it. They charge you to do it if you don't do it. The La Tuna fire burned through 1,500 homes. 5 were lost. Those had escaped annual monitoring or had illegal cat and dog doors where the embers, blew through those cat and dog doors and lit those houses from the inside out. Mm. The statistics are 95 to 99% chances of survival for a home by doing some really basic things: ember-proof vents, covering the gutters, and doing some defensible space work. In Oregon, we have a new set of codes from the director of DCBS, and DCBS, really good set of codes. And because of our wonderful land use system, which I work to defend with communities throughout Oregon and work closely with Thousand Friends for many years as an attorney, we have way less homes in the fire plane, as I like to call it, trying to use popularized, easily understandable terms. We have 107,000, according to your report from Thousand Friends of Oregon. So you do the math and you multiply that times 4K, let's say, or 5K. You pick your number, but and that could be picked up maybe part by public money, and certainly could have an equity component built into that. You're talking $500 million or $400 million, and that's durable, right? That's a one-time thing. You're not going to have to come back on that. So I just think that's really compelling to me personally from a risk, insurance, investment, durability standpoint. And I ask you, even though that's part of a different committee, to contrast that with the thinning piece. And I listened very closely to what Paul Hesburgh has to say, and I really appreciate a lot of what he has to say at the first meeting. And I've been listening very closely to his message, and it was interesting how he put it at one point. It was kind of, to me, a mic drop, but I'm not sure everyone else picked up on it, which was wildfire rarely encounters our fuel treatments, less than 1%. And then he was saying we need to scale it up. But I think for him, treatments is doing what Russ was suggesting, the provocative question of letting some fires in certain areas burn. Of course, thinning has a role. Thinning has a role. And that is in priority areas, as we've been talking about, and maybe there's different understandings of where that is, and we have to wrestle with those things. So I would just put that out there, a 1% chance that's not durable of encountering fire before it grows back. And grasslands and shrublands burn too, and they grow back. And I think the public has this understanding that fire is mostly driven by fuel, but it's driven by oxygen and heat, drought and wind and climate change, as much, if not more, than fuels. So I would just ask you all to deal with that hard truth. That's a hard truth we have to deal with. And next, I would just say, what is the hopeful piece? Because it really resonates with me, not just to talk a bunch of science and facts to communities because they tune out. We have to meet them where they are. And in the wake of the Eagle Creek fire, I was entrusted with resources from foundations locally to do educational forums in the gorge. And I got to meet Caroline and many other people in Cascade Locks, and I got to spend time with Cascade Locks elementary school kids who had been evacuated. And I think I take to heart what Russ said and what you were saying earlier about the need to understand the dominant cultural beliefs about wildfire and deliver both hope and hard truths to people, make promises that we can deliver on, and kind of confront some of the legacy of Smokey the Bear, Bambi, and some of these other things that have largely influenced our belief about fire and what power we do have and what we don't have. And I guess in that balancing hope and fear, what I've seen is, in the gorge, for example, people, love that place because it's wild and dynamic and beautiful, right? And it was shaped by cataclysm, by floods, yet they're mourn when it's altered. So we just have these, fire is a very emotional issue rife with paradoxes in our communication needs. And I have tried to dive really deeply in how do we tell that in a way, and we have to tolerate, I think, some degree of simplification, right? To be able to talk to people about it. And I think it's a really, for me personally, been a very interesting and challenging issue. And I would just be happy to share the polling that I've read, the surveys that I've personally conducted before a presentation is given or after, some thoughts that I have from media studies of the Yellowstone fires and these media study folks that identify the difference between how people react to, let's say, an industrial accident like the Exxon Valdez or an earthquake versus a wildfire, right? Because we don't say, only you can prevent hurricanes. Yet we believe only you can prevent wildfires. And Smokey has a very important message, but clearly it's not working, right? Because more than half the fire starts are on the 4th of July. And when I share that with kids or high school students, second graders, high school students, the community, people are pretty surprised. They're very surprised, I think mostly, when they learn that 8 to 9 out of 10 fires are started by people. They're really struggling with that. And yet we have this sort of culture of, I think, entitlement to public lands, right? The forests are here for us, not just we're here for the forests. And I think that that's a root cultural issue, not just the kid who threw the firecracker or the old dude who that same summer almost burned up all my friends' houses in White Salmon when he was launching mortars on the 4th of July and almost burned up our land that we've been restoring. So we have to address that deeply rooted cultural beliefs, and we also have to address sort of the attitude of people, let's say, leaving their, I see it as a manifestation of the people that leave their doggy poop bags, is a miniature version of the person who threw the firecracker, right? So the new land ethic has to be moved from leave no trace to pick up after others. Or something. Let's come up with it. What's the new land ethic? The last piece I would just share is a big tension point. And I really appreciate you, Chair Donegan, doing tension points and putting that out there and just really trying to have this honest conversation with these hard truths. So in the work that I do as an attorney, I work with land use, climate, and forests. And I was on the Federal Forest Land Advisory Committee, and I mostly feel good about that report and the work that I did with Alan and Russ and others. And just going back and reading it recently, it was interesting to read the things about climate and climate change. And it said that fires release lots of carbon or are a big contributor to climate change. The research out of OSU since that report suggests that fire actually releases less carbon than thinning to reduce fire risk. Now, we all use paper and wood products, and I think there's some, what you say, Alan, about being honest about that and our use of those things, and that some people try to cast the world in black and white, being unhelpful to us in our work. I agree with you very much there. But I just think that tension point between the climate piece, right, and this huge benefit that we've enjoyed from the Northwest Forest Plan, which is sequestering vastly much more carbon than our private lands are, according to the recent studies. These are things we have to be honest in our accounting of, and we need to bring the experts in, and they will help us prioritize what we do, I think. Because climate is driving, climatic change is driving increased fire intensity, so we need to look at that sort of that feedback that's potentially happening there. And that's the sort of closing with a hard truth piece, and thank you for allowing public time to speak.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and that does almost conclude our work here. I just would say, again, thanks to everybody, council members and non-council members for joining, and would just invite emails by way of feedback after this latest discussion. as well as just any feedback that you have in terms of the meeting itself and how we can improve things going forward. But thank you to everybody who worked so hard to get this prepared. I think it was a great meeting, and thanks for all the very thoughtful comments and inputs along the way. And we will see you soon. All right.
Hey, very nice to meet you. We'll see you again.
Yeah.
Could you, Matt, can you clarify when the next meeting is? Has that been decided? Very nice to meet you.
7th.
In Lake June 7th?
My guess.
That's in June, right?
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I was like, can we take this the whole council? There's been fire. Very nice chatting with you. Now I'm starting to find my way around. Yes. Brought me there.